I will.
Yeah, the time's now. Burn my dread in the drain, I'm fearless now. I'm pretending to be, no pain to see. From the bottom of my heart, I'm ready to seize the day. Cause I know in your heart there's a spot for me. Believing in the game and possibilities. It's more like a gift that I don't deserve. So I gotta give it back to you by all means. By all means necessary. Anybody else to y'all is secondary. Time is running out if you have any. Don't worry, I'm invincible, so legendary. If I fall down, I'm gonna get back up. Right back up, man, to where I left off. Won't be caught by the fear of the battle, because I got my crew on my back. You know I'm already. Tear up the fear, I got it locked down. The end is coming in, so burn your dread. Accept my fate, don't worry about a thing. It's in my bag, so burn your dread. Tear up the fear, I got it locked down. The end is coming in, so burn my dread. My fate, don't worry about a thing, it's in my bag, so burn my dread. A little about a situation, every second I was losing patience. Couldn't execute like daily operations. Who could, when we had such a deep relationship? But I chose the path, the right path for sure. Giving my all for cure, oh boy. Probably the toughest decision I made, and ready for whatever outcome which I'm gonna play. I shall touch the moon one day, and today is that day. I'll be in despair, however it's played out. Lose a wing, how it's laid out. Time run out and made up my mind. Signed up reluctantly to this design. I got blood all over, ashes all over, but it's okay, kid, it's over.
'Tis I, Nusi, your dashing host this evening.
Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out.
Alright. For everyone joining us, first and foremost, those who are probably here because of my announcements on my social media platforms, word vomit. Why am I having trouble speaking today? I don't know. It's been very exhausting going from, so as much as I love this Twitchiversary and how it was probably the most fun I've had in streaming in a while, I did not have a proper break until yesterday. So I feel like my brain might be a little fried. Maybe. Just a little bit. Otherwise, though, we are going to play some of the games that I wanted to play for my Twitchiversary, but because of time constraints, I wasn't able to get to. So here we are. Hello, it's me. Hi, hey. Oh, let's probably get out of these settings. Quit. Not quit! Enough! It really be like that today, isn't it? Oh no! Not the scuff, it's come back to haunt me! Why aren't you launching? There you go. Come on. Oh, that loading screen is cute. I didn't see that earlier. Okay, OBS. You know what window this is. I assigned you. Yeah. Get back in here. Oh no. I'm in a very, very inconvenient spot. Let's try there. Maybe. We'll see how much I have to move around. It's probably good that I shifted myself up just a teensy bit because there's a little eye in the top corner. And I think it was right, yeah, I was right on that trajectory. Alright. Well, let's get started. What are your pronouns? Oh, that's a loaded question. And why is my capture not capturing? My capture ain't capturing. Hold on. Are you going to recognize it now? Maybe? Nope. What about you? Alright, I guess that's what we're going to go with. Huh? Huh? There we go. Jesus Christ. Well, we're capturing from my laptop, so that's going to be a problem. If the game crashes. Not really. You're just going to see the the backdrop that I designed like 2 years ago. But anyway, what are your pronouns? That's a loaded question, but we'll go they, them. OBS, what the fuck, buddy? What the fuck's going on? Okay. Let's switch back to window capture. Switch this off. Okay, now we're good? Are we good? OBS, are we good, buddy? You're tweaking out a little bit. You're tweaking out. Alright. Your pronouns are they, them. Oh, God fucking damn it. Window capture. You're not supposed to show that part of my screen. Force SDR. Why is Force SDR off? Are we good now? Are we good? We're not good. Hold up. Okay, preferences. Maybe switching back to window will help. Okay, you're lighting up. Do that. Good. Okay. Return. Choose your body type. I mean, we'll stick with the more feminine form. It's the long hair with the eyes. It's sort of a mullet look. Yeah, we'll do that. You have a body type 2. What's your name? Hmm. Actually, I like that. We'll do Cygnus. Your name is Cygnus. Sig for short. Sometimes I really wonder, how did I end up here? Not that I dreamed of a career as a neurosurgeon or an astronaut, but for crying out loud, working at a gas station? On the other hand, money is money. I sent out resumes to every conceivable and inconceivable place, applying for every position where I could somehow use my degree in art. God damn it. The call's coming from inside the house. And my display is cropped to shit. Hold up. Fit screen. Transform, fit to screen. Not that kind of fit, but we'll work with it. And center horizontally. There we are. I sent out resumes to every conceivable and inconceivable place, applying for every position where I could somehow use my degree in art. 0 responses. I had to swallow my pride and find at least something. Human organism wanted for work at gas station. Organism's duties include selling food for mouth, silence and obedience, household tasks, obeying those who are more ancient, friendly team offers, new and old faces of friends, long and different life consumption of nourishment, juicy juices, trips to human places, at plus XXXX, XXX, XX. I found this note stuck to the glass of the bus stop. Food for mouth. Seriously? The guy's got a style of his own. Apparently the manager is just an eccentric dude. Or is this their new marketing tactic to grab attention? No, Dar, don't eat me! I'm very oily and greasy! I say as I try to unwrap, trying to, as quietly as possible, unwrap this box of cookies that I was trying to have ready. How's it going, Dar? Yeah, just taking a good old bite out of me, aren't you? But why is it so difficult to open? Come on. Come on. There we go. As much as I'm fully convinced that it's a pyramid scheme, I did get a few boxes of tag-alongs. Oh. Well, Dara, outside of chomping my plastic exterior, how are you doing? Whatever people often told me that I have my quirks too. Or, oh, didn't read that properly. Yeah, where's my page down so I can go back? Nope, just chomp and latch on anime style. I'm doing alright. Feel like I'm saying word vomit a little bit every now and again, but we're here. We're back. We're back to streaming to our regularly scheduled programming. And I'm also making sure that I play the games that I wanted to do Sunday, but because of my headache, I cut stream a little shorter than I would have hoped. So we're here playing Don't Eat the Cashier. Alright, where was I? Apparently, the manager is just an eccentric dude, or is this their new marketing tactic to grab attention? Whatever. People often told me I have my quirks too, and that's even if they haven't seen my fursuit. Yeah, it was a really nasty headache. As much fun as my Twitch anniversary was, I pushed myself way too hard. And I do mean like way too fucking hard, and I should not do that again. At least not to that degree, unless I work myself back up to that. And not just decide, hey, I know you usually stream at like 2 to 3 p.m. up until the night, but how about you get up at like 7 a.m., make yourself breakfast and some tea, get the jitters because you drank too much fucking tea, you fucking lunatic, and start stream at 10 a.m. at the crack of dawn! But yeah. Well, whatever. As long as he's not a complete jerk who will hit on me or make me scrub the floors with a toothbrush. Oh! I was staring at the gnome, but... Hey, dude. Nice eye you got there. It pairs very well with the rest of your eyes. And those tentacles looming in the dark. I didn't scream. I couldn't move. Yeah, one must work up towards those longer streets. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't. I thought I was built different. I thought I could do better. Oh, my stream points. They're down there. Why are you guys not grouped together on this panel? Let's fix that. Group. 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 Where's my fucking group? Group. You told me you were grouped together. Oh, okay. So what should put you up there? In the group. In the group. There you go. Good God. Yes, I'm sure I want to remove group 2. Let's scoot you out just a little bit. Get past that border. I didn't scream. I couldn't move. My brain feverishly tried to find any category for this in its database. Hallucination? Psychosis? Too many energy drinks? Yeah, that could do that to you. Typical middle manager? The monster from my nightmares stirred. Its tentacles crept closer to the counter. My God. The creature made a sound. Not from a mouth. It had none. The sound emanated from deep within its bulk, hollow, profound, bone-shaking. Greetings, organism! I am Bob, the indescribable and terrifying consumer of worlds, but you, grain of sand, may call me Manager Bob. No, this isn't real. I'm dreaming. I need to wake up. You will sell food for mouths and obey me, for I am ancient. Memorize the rules of this establishment, for my patience is as limited as the salary I offer you. That little squishy sound effect. Rule number 1. You sell, no matter what. Chicken food for the mouth, gremlin fuel, noodles made from cursed souls, lottery tickets for extra limb raffles, discount rot, ritual foil. Everything must be sold. He points directly at me with that creepy, slimy tentacle. Every miserable unit of currency brings me closer to my triumphant exit from this pitiful hole. I pinched myself, but didn't wake up. Rule number 2. Be polite to customers. Ignore bald spots and werewolf fur, and watch out for drafts when ectoplasmic energetic entities are in the store. What? But don't let them go too bold, or get too bold. Customers are just walking containers for currency, and they should only pay in monetary units. Payment in existential dread or hair of the dead is not accepted. Sorry, making sure that the sound's playing. Okay, we're good. Many of them come here just to chat because they are idle with purposeless organisms. Your task is to make them part with their currency anyway. It is also your duty to heal organisms if they are injured using special kits. If they die, they can't give away currency. Ah, werewolves, ectoplasmic entities, and what the hell are you anyway? Excuse me, dear sir. You seem to have mentioned werewolves and, ectoplasm? Silently tremble with fear. We're gonna hold the composure. Try to keep that composure up. Yeah, Cygnus. Lock it in. My voice is as polite as possible. I managed to compress my primal screaming panic into a tight ball and shove it deep down. Werewolves? And that's not to mention that you yourself are a giant meatball with tentacles, damn you. I shall answer your question, curious polite organism. Werewolves and ectoplasmic entities are just a few examples of the many insignificant life forms that frequent this establishment. What unites them is that they are all slaves to consumption. Slaves to con. Let me try that again. What unites them is that they are all slaves to consumption, just like your kind. As for my nature, I am your immediate supervisor and the guarantor of your future financial prosperity. I'm at a gas station for monsters. I got a job with Cthulhu for minimum wage. Yeah. Oh, that's a little too real. This is all you need to know. Now excuse me as my voice actor noms on another cookie. Oh, no. I'm not going to play that, but that's actually kind of gross. No, only I decide what I need to know. That really is all I need to know. I fear any more knowledge will surely drive me insane. You know what, fair. I'll go that route. For the first time, something resembling approval flickered across Bob's many-eyed face. Oh no, we got affection with Bob. Oh no. A rare yet an unexpected display of the grains of wisdom that have not yet left the human species. Embrace your ignorance. Let it become your shield and a direct path to the status of Human Employee of the Month. And what does the Human Employee of the Month get? Do I have to work here for a whole month? And what does the Human Employee of the Month get? A cash bonus of 25 cents. I understand that you, human, are already extremely excited about this, but that's not all. You will also have access to the elite manager's restroom for one full work cycle. During its use, there's only a 7% chance that you will be transported to a dimension of endless pain, suffering, and unimaginable torment. Truly generous. I don't like that the light left your eyes a little bit there, Bob. Bob. He suddenly places a jar in front of me on the counter. And the last rule. Remember, organism, this tip container must be filled with money by the end of your wake cycle. If the bottom of the jar is visible, you will clean the sanitary rooms with this object in the dimension of absolute horrors and suffering for 2,510 years. I couldn't take my eyes off the fork. The potential tool of my eternal servitude. At this moment, my mind is fully capitulated. Yes, I was hired by a multi-eyed cosmic architect squid. Yes, my clients will be non-humans. Yes, I'm being threatened with a fork and eternal toilet cleaning. This snack was a bad choice for this game. But I will drink my boba. How could anyone clean anything with a fork? The same will happen if you even think of escaping before the end of your work contract. My ocular sensorium perceives the subtlest of matters. It will detect you in any corner of this pitiful planetary sphere. Crap. I'm stuck here. I'm in a trap. Do you understand, organism? 2,510? Why not 2,511? Yes, sir. Acceptable. Goodbye, organism. Good luck in your currency acquisition and button pressing. How did you know I was pressing buttons? Anyway, I said back to your work. Could you show me how exactly do I press the buttons? Point at the buttons on the vending machine. I point at the sticky buttons on the vending machine. Bob's central eye looks at my finger, then at the machine, then back at my face. The creature sighs. A tentacle extends from his body with tortuous slowness. With the drama of a pianist playing the last tragic note, the tip of the tentacle presses down. Click. Bob waits, expectantly. I didn't get it. I'm sorry, I'm a little, distracted by your tentacles. Maybe I should activate my cursor for this capture. Just for this one. Okay. What? I capture cursor. Why can't you see my cursor? Okay, now you can see my cursor. Okay. Quick save. I didn't get it. The tentacle presses the button again. This time, even twice. Didn't get it. Let's have Bob kill us. It seems like he's about to have an aneurysm from rage, and that's despite not having a circulatory system. The button is pressed repeatedly, the clicks merging into a furious, thundering rhythm of pure anger. It seems like he might explode any moment now. Didn't get it. Outrageous creature! How do you intend to sell goods if even the concept of a button is too complex for your understanding? My teaching method was perfect. I refuse to believe such an ethereal level of stupidity exists. You're mocking me, creature. Don't you dare pull such jokes again. It takes him a moment to regain his composure. He mutters something almost inaudibly about why me, it seems, or why this planet specifically. This concludes the briefing. Remain as polite an organism as you are. He didn't turn around as a human would. His tentacles simply shifted his entire mass in another direction, with a soft gurgling sound, and he waddled across the linoleum. Finally, he left me alone. The silence at the gas station was broken only by the hum of refrigerators containing juicy juices and the buzzing of the neon lamp above my head. I stood in the same spot, as if rooted to the ground. My breath returned to me in a sharp, uneven gasp. My hands were shaking. The tip jar, which I needed to fill to avoid ending up in a dimension of ancient horrors, still stood proudly on the counter. Okay, so, what just happened? Option 1. I've gone insane. That's the most logical conclusion. Prolonged stress from job hunting, malnutrition, nerves, anxiety, a disrupted sleep schedule. My brain just malfunctioned. Yes. Yes, that's it. I'm going to wake up on my couch in my dingy rented apartment. I pinched myself again and, nothing. I scanned the room once more. It smelled of gasoline and old coffee. It was still absurdly real. And that meant everything he said. It was all true. Werewolves. Vampires. Tips. The fork. A hysterical mix of laughter and a scream of terror welled up in my throat. But I held it back. I needed to get through this. I needed to. Huh? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Don't tell me that's first customer. Jingle jangle. Bells? What the hell? I recognize that face. That's from an analog. Which analog horror is that? Is that from what's the name of? It's on the tip of my tongue. Something County. Something County. Hold up. Back the fuck up. I'm looking at this. Maple County? No, it's not Maple County. That is from an analog horror series that why am I drawing a blank on which one it was? Which one was it? God damn it. That's gonna bug me. Bells? What the hell? Oh, hello, sailor. Shit. Where the hell did this clown come from? It took great effort not to look away from those red eyes burning in the pitch black darkness. Is he amused? Is he wondering if I'm tasty? Bob didn't exactly give any guarantees I wouldn't get devoured at work. My brain, still recovering from the encounter with Bob, was frantically trying to figure out how to break this ringing silence. You can't just appear with the sound of a creepy piano, sir! Isn't it strange that I work at a gas station for a couple of bucks, yet you're the one that wears the jester's hat? Well, we'll stay professional. Good evening, sir. What would you like to purchase? Please, me! I'm just a miserable diesel cashier! Anyway. Good evening, sir. What would you like to purchase? Anyway. Purchase? I would like to purchase your attention. I suppose it's free. It's sort of included in the service package. I suppose it's free. Wink. But only for you, sir. You're lucky, esteemed sir. My attention is on sale today. I'm not sure that's on the sales list. However, there's plenty of other things. What would you like to purchase? I suppose that's free. It's sort of included in the service package. My dear, what a charmingly naive idea. Nothing of value is truly free. Especially when it comes to such a charming, modest soul. However, I'm not one of those who think modesty befits anyone. I believe it needs to be fit on like trousers, which is my least favorite piece of clothing. Boy, bro, I'm sad. That was smooth as fuck. What the hell? Let's consider it a special gift for a special client. Judging by the look in your eyes, you're first. I don't even know what's better. This guy is my first customer, or an ecoplasmic entity, or ectoplasmic. My god, another crazy person with a strange way of speaking. And it seems he's in the mood for a chat. So, what is a beautiful, charming soul like you doing in such a dreadful, dirty island of misfortune? Or rather, What is a place like this doing with such a charming soul as you? Oh, wait. Well, my manners. I suppose I must introduce myself. I have many names, most of which are not fit to be spoken in the company of a lovely noble soul. The nicest I've heard of is, the Mad King. A title I plan to pass from me to myself for the coming centuries. However, my mortal mother named me Diren. Now, may I have your hand? Offer him your hand, or sorry, my mother told me not to offer my hand to strangers, or any other parts of me, sir. Oh, your highness. I feel like offering my hand is going to be a bad ending, so we're going to do that first. So you said trousers are your least favorite thing to put on. Maybe you take those off so you're a little more comfortable. I mean shit. I mean fuck. He suddenly bows his head and presses his lip to my knuckles. Meeting you is truly a pleasure. His lips are cold, yet a ghostly warmth spreads across my skin. So here I am, dealing with a real gentleman. How lovely. Or a king, as he calls himself. Of all the kings and emperors locked in their soft chambers, this one has probably found a way to escape. May I know your name? I don't immediately realize he's asking me a question. Still in a daze from that gentlemanly kiss. My name is Cygnus. I'm also a monarch. The monarch of the gas station. Monarch? Monarch? What the fuck? Words. Monarch. My name is Cygnus, sir. I refuse to reveal my true name. Demons always do terrible things with them. My name is Cygnus, but my friends call me Big D! Or they would if I had anything. Because I have this big D! Anyway. If I say monarch of the gas station, I feel like Bob's gonna come out. It's like, the fuck you saying about me, you little shit? My name is Cygnus, so you know what, fuck it. A monarch, your majesty. Forgive my outrageous ignorance. I did not recognize the sovereign of this noble kingdom of oil and discounted juicy drinks. I humbly bow before you, your majesty of the midnight shift. Sorry I didn't send envoys ahead. Apologies not accepted. You'll have to be escorted out of the kingdom. I grant you my royal pardon? A pardon? From the lips of the monarch themselves. How my wounded soul rejoices. I'm redeemed, reborn in the light of your mercy. This act of mercy will be sung by the poets of my realm, those who can still rhyme, rather than just wallow in alcoholic oblivion. You know, my company has an especially interesting effect on the autistic types, as I've discovered. Is your thing going to be you're the king in yellow? Nothing surprising there. It seems I've gone mad myself, or halfway there. Maybe it happened around the time I decided to become an artist. I am indeed exchanging silly jokes with some mysterious, toothy entity as if it's nothing. An entity that kisses my hand. Maybe I just adapt to this new profession really quickly? Or perhaps I had a stash of nerves of steel in a bag. I can't shake the feeling, though, that this clown is about to explode himself or blow me up. I feel like my brain is turning to jelly. And I don't understand when we'll finally get to that point. Actually, it's not all that bad. It's not all that bad. Maybe I've just been spoiled by all those mangas about sinister and tragic monsters. Yes, a real freak, like yours truly. Though the only tragic thing about this client so far is his tragic unwillingness to buy my discount rot. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Though the only tragic thing about this client so far is his tragic unwillingness to buy my discount rot. So, let's finally get to the purpose of my visit. Finally. It's completely unknown to me. Oh, for crying out loud! There's nothing interesting in this assortment of this pathetic shack. Except for you, so I'm buying your time. Let's have dinner. I'm sure you must be hungry. Oh no. Allow me to create a more pleasant atmosphere for us. Oh, I love this. Praise the goat mother. Okay, this is full on, like, Cthulhu Pantheon type shit. So much so. Oh my god, I just realized! If he is the king in yellow, his costume is purple, which is the opposite, the contrasting color of yellow. Oh my god! That's definitely what's going on too. I'm shivering from a gust of icy wind. He just teleported half of my gas station to a radioactive dump. Or a radioactive dump to my gas station. And the jar's gone. My fucking jar! Put it back the way it was! In the jar! Looks like my rental apartment, but it seems to smell less now. What a wonderful place for dinner. Radioactive cockroaches on the menu? Looks like my rental apartment, but it seems to smell less now. My dear, I suspected your life hasn't been easy, but was it really that bad? Don't worry, I won't abandon a liege in distress. Just say the word, and I'll relocate you to one of these incredibly cozy dwellings. I'm sure the local cockroaches won't mind, and together you can fully enjoy the scent of atomic decay. However, I can't go long without familiar landscapes. Already the ruined lands make me melancholic because all the fun has happened without me. Disgusting. Allow me. Rubbing my fingies. Rubbing my hands like a fly. This is something seemingly less radioactive. Amazingly, I haven't thrown up yet. It feels like I've been flushed twice through an interdimensional toilet. I clear my throat. Seems like I'm sitting at a table. Hello. Much better. Wouldn't you agree? Couldn't be better. I prefer the dump. It's beautiful here, and strange. Is this your home? Words of a true poet, Cygnus. My two favorite categories, strange and beautiful. This place is much more than a home. It's my cage and my greatest canvas for creativity. Every ugly tree, every mad toad, every eye-bearing mushroom is all a piece of me. A marvelous place. Except when the rocks grow legs and start running. Including those that make people, or including those that make people, fuck. Including those that people make their homes out of. And now you're part of this place too. Isn't it wonderful? Excuse me, what? I'm slowly getting used to the landscape. The fireflies here are quite charming. But it'd be better without that frog with a human face. Yeah. The frog notices me too. It It lets out a sad croak and then looks at me with an expression of deep, existential despair. Pointing at the frog with the human face. Who dat? Who dat? Ah, that's Lori, one of the brave souls who dared to challenge my authority. My dear friend who once walked the path of adventure. However, he didn't foresee the possibility of being turned into a frog on a whim. He even tried to wield a sword with his tiny froggy legs. Fought to the end. A true warrior. Now, however, his foes are mosquitoes and bigger frogs. Tell me, dear, does he bother you? His little existential froggy crisis, I mean. Is it ruining the ambiance? He looks at me with an interested expression. Hold on, I don't want to make a decision yet. What exactly did Lori do? Yes, please disintegrate him. Can you remove him, gently? You suffered enough. I don't mind Lori. No, I want him to watch. Hold on, I don't want to make a decision yet. What exactly did Lori do? What did this walking sack of manure do, besides trying to kill me? Oh, plenty. He swung a sword blazing with righteous fury or some such nonsense. He dared to come to my home, a world born of my shattered mind, and dictate what the natural order should be. Such an audacious, vile creature. He made such repulsive noises. Clanking, grumbling, shouting, praying, threatening, moralizing. The last part was the hardest to endure. But as it turns out, holiness doesn't prevent frogification or cherification. I found various uses for Lori over the years of our friendship. Oh, the fall of the great Lori, the funniest Tuesday of this century. A Tuesday filled with pomp, irony, and croaking. Maybe you could break the spell. Perhaps he's learned his lesson? Alright, I guess I'd also turn someone who tried to kill me into a frog. Got it. Alright, I guess I'd also turn someone who tried to kill me into a frog. Ha! Exactly! My dear, you see and understand. It's simple cause and effect. Action and reaction. He who comes to me with a sword shall leave as a frog. That's how it went, right? Oh, you truly are a kindred spirit, Cygnus. I knew there was a delightful darkness between those beautiful eyes. He looks at me with an interested expression. No, I want him to watch. Watch life passing by? See us enjoy dinner or more than just mosquitoes and swamp water? My dear, you are a treasure trove of delightfully dark little surprises. So dinner! I'm sure you must be starving. Traveling between realities must be exhausting. This looks strange, but it smells delicious. Meat with honey? And next to the meat, a purple soup. Probably made from a less fortunate cashier. Whether the food is poisoned or not, if I refuse, His Highness might turn me into a frog too. So I pick up a fork from the table. And this... This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. It's 100 times better than these cheap instant noodles I usually buy in supermarkets. Even the fact that I'm currently in some other universe surprisingly doesn't seem to harm my appetite. It seems you enjoy our cuisine. My chefs have always managed to cook well, on those occasions when I noticed it. I assure you, you won't regret this dinner. At least, not for the first half hour after the meal. Thank you, you are very kind. This is the best purple given my miserable life as a miserable cashier. Why are you doing all this? The dinner, the teleports, all that? Thank you for the food on my plate not staring back at me. Why are you doing all this? The dinner, the teleports? minutes? All that? Why? But a delightfully pointless question, even by my standards. I do it because I can. I do it because the alternative is crushing, grey, predictable boredom. Oh, boredom. I brought you here, Cygnus, because for the first time in a very, very long time, you are not boring. Because you fear me less than my subjects do. And you hold a meaningful, albeit questionable, conversation, unlike my subjects. Believe me, when your interlocutors. Believe me, when your interlocutor's mind is as sturdy as wet paper, all the joy of conversation quickly evaporates. Maybe it's because you keep turning them into animals. No, wait. There we go. You know what? We'll be a little snarky. I think he likes snarky. He says that we're not boring, so I think we gotta say the interesting stuff. Maybe it's because you keep turning them into animals? That's exactly what I mean, my dear. What an amazingly insightful observation. You're a thorn in my sinful side. However, it's only a punishment for the most audacious ones. A ruler, both god and monster, but no one ever wants to see the other side. And that's truly a pity. What if it's as good as the first side, or conversely, terrifying? It would be so exciting to find out. I poke at the food with my fork and watch the peculiar scenery from the corner of my eye. The silence hangs between us that might even be called cozy were I under heavy narcotics. Don't ask silly questions, return to eating. What's your favorite animal? What's your favorite animal? Ah, glad you asked. It's right here on our plate. Just kidding. But I do need some time to think. Let's see. The riding flea has its own charms. Very disgusting ones. Carnivorous butterflies are beautiful, but they're dumb and noisy. And as we know, only what's empty inside makes a noise. Or, what's in my head? It's always ringing. I think it's a dog. It loves its owner with all its heart, whether they're saint or serial killer, and doesn't notice the difference. I'm going to drop the volume down just a little bit, and maybe bring my mic volume up just a hair. There we go. Because I forgot to make that note to myself from last week that my mic volume was kind of low, but I'm also talking very quietly for some reason. I think it's because of the voice I'm doing. If I try to do it any louder, it's going to be uncomfortable for me. Anyway, I think it's a dog. It loves its owner with all its heart, whether they're saint or serial killer, and doesn't notice the difference. It lives in a constant, joyful state of blissful ignorance and misplaced enthusiasm. A creature that finds endless joy in the utterly meaningless. It's truly inspiring. Dogs are the jesters of the animal world, and I adore them for it. Especially the small, wrinkly ones. Small and wrinkly? I need to get bonked on the head, good God. And what about you? Cats. To them, we're probably the jesters. I feel like if I say that, he's going to turn me into a cat. Hey, Self, how's it going, dude? How are you holding up? I feel like I'm going to regret this, but we'll say cats. To them, we're probably the jesters. Oh, indeed. They are the true rulers of this reality. Tiny furry gods of apathy and disdain. And we were their obedient, foolish caretakers. But I've been lucky enough to escape their tyranny and instead enjoy my own, and feed those around me. I return to my meal, and just as I chew another bite, I hear His Highness's voice. By the way, how does the meat taste? Is the human flesh tender enough? My fork freezes halfway. Vomit. Why the hell is there human flesh on my plate? Swallow with difficulty. Yes, thank you. Quite tender. Not as tasty as the one I had the day before yesterday. Chew while looking in the eye, you're the liar. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, that sounds like an expensive fuck up. I'm so sorry. Oh, shit. Yeah, damn. Self, you missed out on me being thirsty for this fucker, though, to be fair. Yeah, dinner was something sketchy. I mean, we asked him what his favorite animal was, and he was like, oh, maybe what's on our plate here, but maybe not. Humans are his favorite animal, fella gang. He might be fucking with us. We're going to assert our dominance here. Not as tasty as the one I had the day before yesterday. Chew while looking him in the eye. Yeah! Oh, I'm so mad because TikTok spoiled this part for me. I've seen this! But it's so good! Uh-huh. I meet his gaze, slowly and with all authority, place a piece of meat in my mouth and begin to chew without breaking eye contact. I can't remember ever seeing someone so shocked in my life. His mad grin vanishes, his eyes widen, and his own fork freezes halfway to his mouth. For one precious, glorious, sweet moment, the Lord of Chaos is completely and utterly baffled. Oh. My dear, you are a true treasure. You didn't just call my bluff, you raised the stakes to the sky. No, it's certainly not human. It's just venison. Okay, he was fucking with us, thank God. Oh. Ugh. Oh, that's hot. Anyway. As far as I can tell by taste, it's not very intelligent. It's definitely not Timmy, our carpenter, who unexpectedly disappeared near the large kitchen cauldron. Perfectly sized to fit in it. Definitely not. Yeah, this is Don't Eat the Cashier. And I'm just winging it. As far as I know, I'm not aware of anything else that happens in this game, but I've seen a TikTok of someone else playing this with that particular part. And it's just, as soon as I read it, I realized, oh god, that was from this game. It's so frustrating getting spoilers for stuff and not realizing it until you're playing the game. But you also want to consume media and support the creators that inspired you to do streaming in the first place. Like, ugh. Definitely not. I've personally issued several decrees related to cannibalism, perhaps even concerning its prohibition. But that's besides the point. I rarely have visitors, And I'd like to tell you about the other interesting guests. After all, it's the most fascinating thing I can share with you. For a place where mushrooms with eyes grow, it can be incredibly dull here. Shadows in the clearing thicken and stir. They detach from the gnarled trees, rising up from the ground like black ink, and spread across the wall. Yeah, same issue with a certain show. A meme ruined a dramatic scene for me. Should have been scared, but instead you fucking laughed. Yeah, I hate when that happens. Sorry, Boba. Oh, so good. Yeah, Zelf, I think you're in this! Dancing and intertwining. They prepare to perform at their master's whim. Behold, this incredibly crooked castle, my dear. Crooked to the point of absurdity, sadly. In reality, its curves look far more aesthetic, but give the creator some leeway for expressiveness. Many brave and not-so-bright souls have tried to conquer this terrifying, dark, eerie, crooked castle, so that it became even more crooked. You see, the dreadful monster living there never liked being distracted from its important duties. Terribly important duties, like having long, deep conversations with its own reflection, or concocting recipes with raisins. What the fuck, Diren? Ah, what a terrifying monster! So far, the scariest thing in the story is the resistance. Yeah, that's kind of where my head went. So far, the scariest thing in this story is the presence of raisins. Yes, you do understand. They are real horror, aren't they? Tiny, shriveled bits of deception. They pretend to be sweet, but they are just made to ruin. They ruin lovely cookies, ruin family photos. They have no place in civilized society. Oh, how I understand them. Raisins, the bane to the existence of trick-or-treaters. Yeah. The bane to my existence whenever I try to bite into a cookie. And it's... You think it's chocolate chip. You hope it's chocolate chip. But no. No, it's a gummy fruit and it clings to your teeth and it's just shriveled up disappointment. That's what raisins are. The monster was a tyrant, a menace. He sowed chaos and disorder, mostly on purpose. He had countless opportunities for creativity and wasn't afraid to use them. He made some people believe they were pigeons and others that they were grains. It's the worst! Raisins are the worst! Yeah. He wouldn't allow his best servants to have windows, fearing that the moon and both suns would get envious and want to take them away. And he demanded they seal the gaps in the doors as well. He locked wizards who came to him for magical gifts in a giant laboratory, and promised them power if they invented a kettle that could boil everything except water. Did they eventually invent the... Who won, the pigeons or the grains? I'm curious, did they eventually invent it? Invent it? Oh. They did much more. After 11 years of failed prototypes, a few explosions, and chemicals running away on their own legs, they succeeded. The kettle could boil even bright memories, but not water. Water would instantly freeze, explode, and file for divorce. I immediately rewarded them with a new invention idea. A cup with a sealed top and without a bottom. Let's see how they handle that. The fact that they succeeded is actually impressive. Props to them for that. I'm gonna eat another cookie. And I'm going to switch to my pretzel crisps. They'll be a little easier to eat and cause for less interruption while reading. little ASMR for you guys as I drop pretzel crisps into a glass bowl. Crinkle, crumble, crinkle, crumble. Alright. But, I digress. But behold, a ray of light in the Dark Kingdom, the first hero, Sir Laurie, the righteous in all his clanging, self-important glory. He took a knee to rest briefly because the weight of his righteousness was bad for the health of his poor back. Following rumors spread... Almost spat a little bit. Following rumors spread by the same monster, he fought his way through the monster's loyal subjects to... By the way, where did he even find them? Most of my subjects are too busy contemplating the color of suspenders for their... suspenders, or lamenting their fate. I cherish them in their imperfection. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They were probably the most restless of them. Every story needs minions. In any case, our hero descended into the Grotto of Despair. The Grotto of, Tentacles? I imagine the most sinister name you can conjure. The Grotto of my parents' disappointment in me. Grotto of Despair sounds good. Grotto of my parents' disappointment in me. Oh. But if they could see you now, you're at a royal audience. They would be proud of you. No, actually, they wouldn't be proud if they got to know me better, but in that case, it's good too. You won't be alone under the weight of their disappointment. But let's not get sidetracked. Into the grotto of your parents' disappointment. God, I didn't realize he was going to say it. Into the grotto of your parents' disappointment in you, our hero descended to retrieve an artifact capable of defeating the Monster King. The ring of incredible power. A bit shoddily crafted, but I assure you, it looks more aesthetic in real life. However, the brave knights didn't know that the incredible power of the ring lay in its 440 pounds weight. What? The Grotto of Accidental Fates revealed. Zow! That's giving me war flashbacks. God. Yeah, it's just a smiley face on the inlet. Then it's 440 pounds weight. That was its only magical property. Yeah. Wait, I'm pretty sure you were here for that. Teeny constantly jokes about it because I accidentally switched on my face cam in his server. Fortunately, it was only the two of us in the call. I was doing One Piece again, like showing it, and I was sitting there, and finally he looked over and saw that my camera was on and called it out. Kind of funny how everything happened, but we're good. Like I said, only Teeny saw my face when I accidentally switched my face cam on. But hey, it's fixed now. If I do Discord calls anymore, it's set to a different... Yeah, exactly. Thank goodness it was only two of us. But yeah, on Discord, I fixed what my input for my camera is, so it should not happen again. But it was kind of funny. The only incredible thing about this ring was its incredible stupidity and uselessness. The realization that he had spent weeks of his life on a divinely heavy paperweight, and the sudden crushing thought that he should have become a baker instead of a hero, just to get some sleep. Well, it broke his poor noble mind. Not that this mind ever intended for serious burdens. To hell with you, knight! No, the night! No! Yes, to hell with you, night. A bit of gloating. A touch of delightful deserved cynicism. Oh, splendid. How wonderful that we shared this dish together. So, the night perished. But then along came Elmer Eagle Eye. They say he earned his nickname by escaping from an enemy fortress. On the third day of his captivity, he noticed that his prison cell was lacking the fourth wall. Eagle Eye, able to observe the fourth wall. An archer of legendary skill who tried to kill me with a precise shot. Constantly during breakfast, while bathing, at balls, during sleep, and even while I was devising a plan to get rid of him. The audacity. I hate just killing them. Turning them into madmen is just much more fun. And I bestowed a little curse upon the elf as well. Made it so that every time he drew his bowstring, he'd hear the most annoying melody to his ears. Is that the pose from Evangelion? Or Evangelion? I think so. Elmer was a terrible racist. He hated dwarves, so naturally the melody became a national anthem of the dwarves, played in a loop by a bagpipe orchestra. The pure rage it provoked derailed his aim every time. Eventually, he stormed the castle, dropped his bow, and begged for a job at my court in exchange for changing the song to anything else. He was desperate, and I was a villain. Everything aligned incredibly well. Imagine if the song was anything by Cardi B. It's not even the good part of Cardi B songs, which is the melody. It's just Cardi B's voice. I'd be in the same boat if that's what happened. Now he's my royal huntsman. The dwarf march is replaced with a lively elven sea shanty. And let no one dare accuse me of being callous and heartless. Now he has a salary, good food, clothing, entertainment, and a full guarantee of non-dismemberment. You missed the opportunity to change his dwarf nationalism to dwarf serenades. Drink. Sorry, drinking something. Cygnus, where were you before? Horse oaths and comparisons to long stalactities. Endless rhymed verses about the shine of a beloved's beard. It's a refined, devilish thing. Why didn't I think of it myself? To torment a man not with sounds of war and patriotism, but with the clumsy, heartfelt caterwauling of the species he despises, turning a love song into an instrument of pure, heart-wrenching agony? Brilliant. Well, I'll steal your idea for the future. And finally, the witch, in a classic giant hat under which you could easily fit another witch. She tried a different approach, seduction. She attempted to charm me, to gain my trust, to become my spouse. A fatal miscalculation. She didn't consider the fact that I never trusted big hats or people, especially when both come hand in hand. And those who wear suspenders and a belt at the same time? A person who doesn't even trust their own pants certainly doesn't earn the trust of His Highness. Then again, I don't trust His Highness either. I don't trust myself, especially. I don't trust myself, especially the left side of my brain. Especially on Thursdays, but... back to hats. I hate big hats too. Hats don't evoke any particular feelings in me. I hate big hats too sometimes. It depends on the hat. It depends. You are my kindred spirit. Those hats are so pretentious, so self-assured. They block the view, they get stuck in doorways, and always hint that the wearer is compensating for something. Usually lack of magical talent. That guy was thinking that. I was like, I mean, I know Zelf has suspenders. Does he have a belt? I know he has a hat on, but it's not too big. The shade is real. Usually lack of magical talent or a pitiful personality. And that's on a good day. You, my dear Cygnus, have impeccable taste in headwear and consequently in everything else. It's a scientifically proven fact. Meanwhile, the witch was quite overt in her murderous intentions, jingling with all her concealed weapons. Why does a witch need so many hidden blades? She must have been very bad at witchery. In any case, she now resides in my dungeon. And you see, I haven't decided what to do with her yet. Oh, those eyes. Her fate is a blank slate, a story yet to be written. So, I offer you the pen. I simply adore random choices. Give me your Cygnus. What punishment befits her? What? Does he really want me to decide what to do with a real person? Can I even save her? But... and it doesn't matter, or... oh god. It doesn't matter what I choose? Everything here follows his whims anyway, but... as long as I play the circus monkey, I have a chance to get out of here alive. Maybe I should just, entertain him? Damn. What should I do? I think the craziest thing would be to spare her. No one would expect that. Make her my spouse! Big hats couple, yeah! Turn her into a hat, the small one. Turn her into the frog's hat, yes! Decisions. Get this mouse out of here. I refuse to decide her fate. I mean, we're in too deep now. We'll turn it into a smaller hat. I think he would like just the absurdity of it, I think is going to get to him. I think the craziest thing would be to spare her. No one would expect that. A quiet chuckle escapes his lips. Using mercy as a weapon of chaos, Army. To forgive her, not out of kindness, but because it's the most illogical, unpredictable, and therefore maddening thing. She'll spend her life waiting for me to change my mind, waiting for me to jump out from behind a tree and send her back to the dungeon. Wonderful. Such incredible psychological torment. So be it. Well, at least she'll be alive. Something's missing from this tale. You never told me about the monster itself. Dear, who cares about these monsters anyway? I do. If monsters are the muck, then I'm the pig, you see. How eloquent. Alright, I must admit, this will be my first performance like this. Darian sounds a bit bewildered, it seems. Allow me to just toss my mind up and see how it lands. Every good story needs a monster, yeah, Zelf. You see, The monster was originally much more modest and less majestic. But we all have to start somewhere, right? Then my head suddenly became a bit crowded. First whispers and arguments, then full-fledged discussions that had to be participated in and involved inanimate objects. Every story needs a good monster, and I am a good monster, yeah. Yes, in a jar, doors, closets, even in cookie jars. Every container a potential foe, and I was surrounded by containers. To be fair, sometimes I told funny stories. But why was I afflicted with this curse? Pondering it drives me mad, even more so. It seems the question is meant for me. Were you cursed for arrogance? Greed? Did you touch a cursed artifact? Maybe some ring of yours? Does your family have anything in common with Habsburgs? Habsburgs? Habsburgs. I am looking that up. What are the Habsburgs? This feels like lore. The House of Habsburg, also known as the House of Austria, was one of the most powerful dynasties in the history of Europe and European-influenced polities. Polities like politics? They were best known for ruling vast realms throughout Europe and the Americas during the Middle Ages and early modern period, including the Holy Roman Empire and Spain. Origins of the Habsburgs' castle's name are uncertain. There is disagreement on whether the name is derived from High German Habdichtsburg, Hog Castle, or from Middle High German word Hab/Hap, meaning literally ford, as there is a river with a ford nearby. Where's the Archdukes? Is there a multilingualism? Habsburg rulers, ancestors, counts. I'm not seeing anything alluding to a curse. Habsburg. Oh! This is the incest family. Oh. Keeping the bloodline pure. I mean, he doesn't have the Habsburg's jaw, so I don't... Honestly, he might have something interesting to say about this. Does your family have anything in common with the Habsburgs? My noble soul, that's so, mundane. But that's exactly what happened. You've guessed it. It's all about rotten blood. Too pure, I beg your pardon. My great-grandfather issued a decree forbidding death from old age, and a distant aunt believed a colony of sentient mold was living in her walls, claiming her inheritance. But I always thought that I would be spared this fate. I had to be, temporarily isolated, to avoid embarrassing guests at royal balls with the young prince pointing at noble lords and saying, "Ha! The gnomes finally got out from under my bed!" What a misfortune for the entire family. Except for those in line for the throne before me. What? I accidentally hit the spacebar a little too fast, I guess. My death would have solved many problems for my family. And indeed, many of my own problems too. I made a decision. We made it, to be precise. There was already a whole council of us by then. However, Chaos had other plans. A god, a goddess, a cosmic clerical error. Hey, how's it going? Coming to you live from 132.0, the Singularity. I don't know. Something ancient and terribly bored found itself a new source of entertainment. It offered me a throne, my own corner of reality to rule, where the fragments of my mind would become the laws of the land. No more restrictions or pants for my subjects, if I wished. My subjects at first they disagreed, but then they came to terms, or their minds changed to fit the new realities. And here I am. A dramatic silence ensues. Perhaps I'm the first being to hear this story in the centuries of his existence. I must choose my next words carefully. Why you give me a tab? I really sympathize with you and all your multiple personalities. But you're still in a cage? It must be rather lonely here. How can you just lock a family member in a tower? It's unthinkable. Thank you for the story. So you're still in a cage? It must be rather lonely here. No. No cages. More like a playground with surprisingly silent infants. But I don't blame them. I have the best shovel. It's no wonder I embarrass them so much. Or maybe it's because I love to create explosions. Tell me, have you ever been exploded? Or no, don't tell me. Let it be a surprise. Do you really sympathize with someone who dragged you into this dimension to tell silly stories and feed you purple goo? People never cease to amaze me. Touch his hand. Following a strange impulse, I reach out to his hand resting on the table. His gaze slowly follows my movement, lowering to our hands. This time, no commentary. Instead, his thumb begins to trace patterns on the back of my hand with surprising tenderness. The shadows finally dissolved into nothingness. I just saved someone from a terrifying fate at the hands of a madman. I feel a certain pride. It will be a pleasant addition to the horror I felt for the past hour. I'm afraid my royal duties await me. Our time is up. I shall send you back, Cygnus. I rise from the chair. Delicious. And suddenly I feel him press against my back. One of his hands grip me just above the crook of my elbow, while the other gently rests under my chin, tilting my head back until my ear is just a couple centimeters from his lips. But don't think for a second that this is goodbye. It was merely an overture. His voice, usually so mocking and calm, now sounds eerily sinister. A cold thumb lightly strokes the line of my jaw. Did I just say strokes? Lightly strokes the line of my jaw. I try to suppress a shiver. You were very interesting. Incredibly curious guest. Possibly the most curious one I've had in centuries. And I found that I don't want our acquaintance to end here. It's terribly unfair that you've learned a couple of my secrets and revealed so few of yours, isn't it? I can't tell whether he's flirting or threatening. Both, perhaps? A bird trapped in a cage of bills, failures, and endless anxiety. How high could you fly once the cage is opened? Your shift will end, the sun will rise, and you'll want to head home. Perhaps on something more elegant than a bus? Maybe in a carriage of polished bones? We will meet again, Cygnus. Very, very soon. And next time, I won't let you go so quickly. I squeeze my eyes shut, and I'm fanning my face. Oh boy! That got me down bad, bro! Yeah, chat, can we scoot you over just a little bit? There we go. And now we're going to lock you in place. Hell yeah. The light is blinding even with my eyes closed. So unusual after all this darkness. The jar's full of money. It was all worth it. Greetings, organism! How is your work progressing? I see the first transaction was successful. Acceptable. This still doesn't save you from the threat of cleaning sanitary facilities, but it's a wonderful starting point for your entire tiny life. Even more than successful, the client tried to fill the entire station with money, probably due to the extreme affection for you, organism. Unfortunately, the terms of the Intergalactic Treaty do not allow such actions, tips exceeding the amount set by the Council by approximately... How many digits are in that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1,949,393,000% were disintegrated to my great regret. To my great regret as well. Oh, I thought that... Sorry, Bob, I thought you were talking... Don't worry about it, Cygnus! Keep talking! It's your turn on the narration! Okay. Fuck, I pressed the wrong button again. So, a mad god from another world likes me? In some sense, that's possibly worse than not being liked at all. The very first client sent me to another dimension and nearly turned me into a cash register. Work's going well, sir. Can I quit? The very first client sent me to another dimension and nearly turned me into a cash register. Interdimensional travel is an unconventional interaction with a client. But if it positively affects the profit per minute ratio, then it is within acceptable limits. Especially if the client paid for the attempted transmutation or its consequences. Then there's nothing to worry about. I urge you to relax your muscles, organism. Continue working. I am experiencing a positive emotional reaction. I am proud of you, and I will be even prouder if you acquire even more currency. Your tactic of adjusting carefree organism is clearly paying off. Goodbye, Mr. Manager. Let me... Why am I losing what voice that I gave our dear Cygnus here? It sounds very on par with your character to say, yeah. What part? Goodbye, Mr. Manager. Your tentacles shine particularly beautifully at this time of day. Your comment regarding the shine of my appendages is noted, organism. The secret is a meticulous regime of polishing them with void bib okay slime. Goodbye. Damn, maybe I should take on that regime. Wait, I don't have tentacles. Do I have tentacles? No, I don't have tentacles. Maybe? No. 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 He slaps across the floor to his office. As soon as Bob's rhythmic, wet slaps fade away, a deep silence descends on the station. One moment I'm in a surreal forest, dining on purple goo with a mad god. A god who liked me so much that he offered me a ride back to his world in a carriage made of bones. The next moment I'm being praised by a multi-eyed tentacle monster. Maybe these are all just my deathbed hallucinations. My glasses are getting smudgy! I tried to clean off with my shirt, but I think there's shit on my shirt that's causing them to smudge. God. Glasses, please cooperate with me. I need to switch to the other side. I use cloth, I guess. Skirt. Okay, we're looking a little better. Almost there. Am I seeing scratches on these lenses? Those better not be scratches. I take such good care of these things. Oh no, that does look like a scratch. Are you kidding me? I take such good care of these glasses, and for what? Maybe I'll switch to my blue light filter ones. We'll see. If these keep on giving me problems. Ugh. Maybe they are all just my deathbed hallucinations. I'm going insane. Some part of me enjoys these mad adventures. God! Give me back my bills! My noodles! My arguments with strangers on the internet! I'm going insane. I'm an adrenaline junkie. Disgusting. Now I have to deal with that too. In the midst of my contemplation, terrifying sounds emanate from my boss's office. Unfair bills! Unacceptably large numbers! Of course. What else could upset him so much if not that? Steps. Another visitor. This one decided to come through the door for a change. Oh? Another sexy looking thing? He seems unwell. I hope he doesn't knock over my shelves of shampoo with jojoba oil and delicate lilies on his way. Smash. He's not just unwell, he looks like hell. Literally. All the skin on the left side of is torn off from his jaw to his temple. I swallow nervously. Gulp. What kind of meat grinder has this guy been through? He looks like someone who could rip me apart if he doesn't like what he hears. I need to be careful if I don't want to become the next victim. You look like the Terminator at the end of the second movie, buddy. The Terminator who just wrecked my entire floor. Give him a thumbs up. How's life, sir? Well, it's hard to imagine how the other fighter looks. When will the Lord take my sinful soul? Break down in tears. I don't want to work here anymore. Well, it's hard to imagine how the other fighter looks. He lets out a gurgling, raspy laugh. Oh god, I gotta figure out a voice for you. You don't want to know what the other fighter looks like. Honestly, I really don't want to know. My inner archive labeled, I don't want to know this, is at risk of bursting from overflow tonight. Words clearly come to him with great difficulty, which is probably not surprising for a man without half a face. He clears his throat, but that doesn't help much. I need blood. Smash. He tried to smile. It would be charming if he still had all the necessary muscles for that. Now it will haunt me in my nightmares, among other things. The client pauses again briefly to clear his throat. Mine? Don't kill me! I'm already having a bad shitty life! We don't do transfusions here. No IV drips, just discount rot. How about tomato juice? Strong vintage? Let me see what we have. Yeah, good choice, Sunshine. Step to the storage. Just in case. But I saw a heart next to that dialogue. I thought, oh, yeah, that's a fucking heart. He suddenly leans forward, boring into me with his remaining eye. Go and find me some goddamn blood. Go find the damn blood. Go and find the damn blood. Go and find the damn blood. A strange pressure built in my head, and the edges of my vision blur. An unyielding command blossoms in the center of my mind. I don't know why, but I feel an incredibly strong urge to find blood. Right now. My client is covered in blood, but still hungry. Maybe he fought with something inedible, or is it his own? I found myself in the storeroom, a tangled labyrinth of shelves reaching up to the ceiling, stuffed with boxes, crates, and mysterious cans. In the corner, something rustled and snorted suspiciously. So, where could the blood be? I need to think fast. He's not going to wait forever. Right now, I'm at the very beginning of this crazy place. Bob, where's the blood? Go for food from mouth section. Supplies for self-propelling gearbox. Foaming body washes for leather bags. Items that inspire pensive. Probably food for mouth section. Well, wait. Items that inspire pensiveness. Foaming body washes for leather bags. Supplies for self-propelling gearbox. So it's either food for mouth or items that inspire pensiveness. Let's go food for mouth. Ugh, these signs are driving me insane. I really hope my manager will eventually learn English properly. I'm surrounded by pure madness of anxious packaging, and even in front of that department entrance, there's some baby food for cyborgs piled up. I'm frantically trying to decipher the crooked inscriptions. In front of me are sections with food for mouth. Food afraid of heat, infused nutritional flows, dense energy blocks for chewing. Infused nutritional flows, maybe? Here are endless shelves of drinks. Next to Coca-Cola are bottles labeled Liquid Regret and Primordial Broth, now with nucleotides. Cans labeled Brapsy vodka. Or cans labeled Brapsy, vodka Solneko. I'd love to meet the person who came up with these names. I check each shelf, pushing aside cans of essence of shits and giggles, but I find nothing resembling blood. The closest thing is liquid hematogen in a giant wooden container. It smells worse than it looks. I go back. I hear knocking. Oh. It's a dry, rhythmic tapping of knuckles on a laminated countertop. It's not loud, but persistent and full of irritation. In front of me are sections with food for mouth. Food afraid of heat. The coldest corner of the store. Large freezer chests and refrigerators with glass doors are covered in frost. Next to the frozen pizza are gremlin cryo capsules, and among the buckets of ice cream you can find flavors like minty tritium and liquid family. Oh my god. A huge freezer chamber. Matter of lesser life forms, spare parts of human organisms, product of animal fauna, exploitation with fruit pieces. Spare parts will just be limbs and shit, so it has to be matter of lesser life forms. That has to be it. Or spare parts could also mean blood, though. I'm actually also going to go back. Yeah, go back to food for mouth. Food afraid of heat. Just because I don't want to have the, oh, I made him wait. I just wanted to go back. Spare parts of human organisms. Matter of lesser life forms. Oh, shit. Spare parts. This section reeks of formaldehyde and horror. Glass jars filled with murky liquid sit on the shelves where exhibits float. I try not to think about one of the containers holding a name tag that reads Kevin. Take blood of human organism Kevin. Taste of unfulfilled dreams and unwarranted expectations. Take blood of human organism homeless. High content of cheap alcohol and tuberculosis. Take blood of human organism Michael. Taste of efficient resource and artifact accumulation. Artifact accumulation? Probably efficient resource, so we'll take Michael. The look on his face! Bro! The blood in This jar has a rich, almost glowing ruby hue. It looks heavy and full of energy. Michael, whoever you were on top. Champion's blood flowed through you. You're probably something like an energy drink for the undead. And yet, here you are, in a jar. There's nothing to ponder. He abruptly lifts his head as I approach. You already? His voice carries genuine surprise and clear relief. Well, good thing you weren't wandering around for half an hour. Bring it here. My client finishes the jar and then grimaces. Ugh, for crying out loud. What the hell? You don't like that blood? What the hell is this crap? He reads the note on the jar. Michael? Well, you were a lucky guy, Michael. Too bad I can't kill him a second time. Tastes like a happy family, a successful career, retirement account, and this jerk probably never even had cockroaches. At least he's now Liquid Michael in a jar. He chuckles quietly. Yeah. There's something to that. Cool that you found human blood. Good job. You're sharp. Glad to please you, sir, and glad you no longer want to eat me. Feel free to ask. It took longer to get to the rat. To the rat? What? Wait, what did he say? Cool that you found human blood. Good job, you're sharp. Feel free to ask. It took longer to get to the rat. Feel free to ask. Glad to please you, sir, and glad you no longer want to eat me. With that approach to business, you'll go far, sunshine. I'm gonna wash my dirty face. Don't get bored. While he's not here, I have a perfect opportunity to wipe away the bloodstains. I'm just scrubbing a pool of blood on my first day of work. An interesting story for Reddit. A wonderful tale. I'm doing just fine. Nobody has eaten me. Bork! Bork! No, actually. He looks like Edward Cullen, and it's turning me off, low-key. He's looking so much fresher with the second half of his face. Although his expression still resembles that of a constipated owl. Yeah, I see. I'll just stand here for a while, okay? Take a little break. Besides, there's nobody here with you right now. And just so you know, if you try to contact the werewolves, I'll take your head and crush it like a walnut. When did you say your name was David? There it is. I'm David, by the way. A vampire, as you may have already guessed. What an incredibly interesting way to start an acquaintance. Especially that part about the walnut. Crystal like the champagne. Nice to meet you. Cygnus. Okay, Cygnus. I knew a Cygnus once. They used to trade kidneys in Venice Beach. They were a good one until they got packed up. He's trying to provoke me, deliberately sharing the dirty details of his life to see how uncomfortable I can get. No kidneys? No kidneys for you. I suppose I'm also selling some kidneys now. Yes, exactly 10 categories. A catalog? Do you seriously have a catalog? He leans forward, genuinely intrigued, peering into the catalog. Gremlin kidneys? Is that a delicacy? Why does it say both delicacy and fuel and animal venom? I don't know. I really don't know anything. I'm scared. Because it's a universal product. Want some? I do. Looks like I found my best customer for today. Now I have a vampire here, and he's regenerating. Wonderful. The main thing is to not accidentally blurt out something wrong. I need to be friendly. Are you sure you're a vampire and not a chupacabra? They drink blood too. Since when do vampires wear leather jackets? Don't you guys prefer capes and ruffles anymore? Thanks for not eating me, David. In reality, you're still a bit shaken about what just happened. I think this guy likes jokes. So... Problem is, if chupacabras are real, he might be like, hey, that's offensive. Chupacabras are really good friends of mine. Yeah, but... What the hell kind of question is that? What's wrong with you? You seriously... Yeah, I knew it. Since when do vampires wear leather jackets? Ruffles? What the hell is that? I'm no Ruffles. What even is that? Some French insult? His expression is as if I suggested he wear a mate's outfit. He'll defend that worn leather monstrosity at the cost of his life. That's obvious. Ruffles are not just a piece of clothing, they're a concentrated strike right at the core of his cool vampire persona. I don't wear any ruffles, I'm just 24. Dude, you're younger than me! And how long have you been 24 years old? Ruffles are an embellishment on a blouse, dress, or men's shirt in the form of a frill made of fabric or lace. No ruffles. Not paying respect to his own styles. Ruffles are an embellishment on a blouse, dress, or men's shirt in the form of frill made of fabric or lace. From the look on his face, it's clear he didn't understand a single word of that. Uh-huh. Ruffles are like a lace bib for adults. I wonder what grade did he drop out of school? You could say that. No ancient, old, and decrepit vampire would be caught dead in a bib in the 21st century. And I certainly won't. In places where I usually hang out, that kind of outfit would definitely attract unwanted attention. Probably from his sight ward nurses. I mentally picture him in ruffles. Maybe that's why he's such a slob. He doesn't wear ruffles. David slightly grimaces as he moves his hand. Ugh. Damn mutts. Probably not all the wounds have healed completely. And does being a vampire doctor fall under my duties? I think Bob said it was mandatory. I don't want to help you, but my employment contract requires me to treat the creatures like that. Let me help. He looks at me skeptically. The offer of help is probably so foreign and unexpected to him that it leaves him momentarily dumbfounded. You, what? You want to play nurse? A flicker of confusion is replaced by something more intense. It's just a couple of scratches and a little piece of ass that will grow back on its own. I'm fine. Say conciliatorily. You mentioned werewolves. It's probably not just a scratch. Let me try to help, okay? If you don't let yourself be treated, my boss will lock us both in a dimension of horror where we'll be cleaning toilets with a fork for 2,000 years. I see, you're afraid of doctors, huh? Such a tough guy, yet scared of being treated? You mentioned werewolves. It's probably not just a scratch. Let me try to help, okay? I give him a chance to save face. Now we're treating him not because he's a wimp, but because he survived an epic battle, a direct blow to his ego. The guy immediately starts puffing up with pride. His eyes light up. I hope I didn't catch rabies. I decide to remain silent about how he's already pretty rabid. 4 against 1 in a narrow alley, you know? Or 4 against 1 in a narrow alley. You know, there's a myth about werewolves being so damn noble, unlike us bloodsuckers. Well, that's a load of crap. One of them was hiding in a trash can, ready to jump out at me. My heart would have definitely stopped dead if it even still beat. It would have just ripped apart from a freaking heart attack. I'm afraid I'll never be able to take out the trash again without fearing for my life. Judging by that distant look, he's plagued by the flashbacks of what he's been through. David awkwardly moves his injured arm. Alright, hand over your first aid kit. I'm sure this won't be the last pack I'll have to take down. There are way too many stray dogs around these days. Damn you. Go ahead. Get out your band-aids with Dr. Chocula or whatever you're selling. Bark! Bark, bark, bark! Bark! David sheds his jacket and shirt and t-shirt, then settles onto a squeaky stool next to the counter. He's about to face a serious trial, staying in a vulnerable position for a few minutes. For some reason, cruel fate hasn't made him claw-proof. He certainly looks like he was just thrown into a blender. Judging by those bullet scars, he has quite an interesting past. Or maybe he was attacked by werewolf cowboys with guns. Most likely the former. By the way, I didn't know that corpses have doctors too. Thought the only doctor available to me now is a coroner. I'm rummaging through the necromancy kit that was sitting under the counter. It's a heavy military-style metal box with a faded label reading, Kit for Alternatively Living Organisms. Inside, besides standard bandages, there are some strange items. Silver tweezers, vials of thick, glowing liquid, additional fingers, and, of course, an instruction manual. A cheap, laminated brochure stained with something that looks like coffee. In the instructions, the first point states, determine whether you are dealing with a zombie. Ask your alternatively living subject if they ever wanted to eat someone's brain. Alternatively living subject, have you ever wanted to eat someone's brain? David is clearly not a zombie. Move on to the next point. I think this will offer some levity. What? What subject? Fuck, I'm not... you know, not a subject. It seems I've offended his vampire feelings. He lets out an annoyed sigh for the umpteenth time today. Your brain? Definitely not. Was that a joke about me being dumb? I am, by the way, very smart, and I have a very tasty brain. What about someone else's? Not smart enough to understand that vampires don't eat brains. Do you remember Dracula eating brains? No? Did he rise from his coffin and say, "What a lovely evening. I think I'll go much on some brains"? Stop looking at me like that. Not a damn zombie. I'm a vampire, and not even a chupacabra. Zombies are stupid. They can't even talk. They just grunt and groan. I don't get why that's not in your necrotherapist guide. Very tasty brain prove. No! Don't put me on the spot like that! What the? Hold up. Sorry, just got a notification here. Streamer support? Wait, who the fuck is streamer support? What? 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 Dar, fuck you! Jeez. Wait, there's a streamer bot on Blue Sky and it just reblogs people's stuff? I didn't know this. What? That is surprising. Okay, interesting. Yeah. That just was kind of surprising to find out about. Anyway, bones again. Damn, I'm so glad that I added those soundboard notifications though, because that was funny. That was so good, Dark. Zombies are stupid. They can't even talk. They'll just grunt and groan. Ugh. I don't get why that's not in your necrotherapist guide. After a workday, I can only grunt, groan, and be dumb. Am I a zombie? Alright, neither of us is a zombie. At least not yet. Let's return to the treatment. After a workday, I can only grunt, groan, and be dumb. Am I a zombie? Do you like brains? Tasty brains? With my own weapon? No, I'm not a zombie! With my own weapon? Gotcha. Come on, for a zombie, you're too rosy and not rotting. And by the way, I'm not rotting either. Which, once again, proves I'm not a damn zombie. Now, let's go back to treating my lupus. I steal a glance at my visitor. I wonder if werewolves just clawed him up or if he managed to kill someone too. My instincts, something out of the Stone Age, suggests that he could have. This guy has a killer's gaze. You see someone like him in an alley, your hand automatically reaches for your wallet and phone. I lower my eyes. Next point. Let's establish the nature of the injuries. What kind of wounds could werewolves leave? It's simple. You've got lacerations, claws, teeth, and a bit of saliva. Possibly very contagious. It seems the damage was psychological. Tell me about your tragic past, as it says in the handbook. Alright, this guy's not a jokester. It's simple. You've got lacerations, claws, teeth, and a bit of saliva. Possibly very contagious. David listens to this with the pride of a true soldier. Every word feels like a medal for valor. Something like that. He said it as if he didn't even care, but I know better. Stroke his eagle, add at the end. Wounds from a real rabid beast, buddy. You really need to stop with these fights. They won't lead to anything good. Wounds from a real rabid beast, buddy. I'm dying of laughter. He chuckles happily, trying to hide a glimmer of pride behind humor, but I won't be fooled. David is no longer just a wounded sucker. He's a true gladiator, having survived a battle with rabid beasts. Absolutely epic. I read through what medication I need to grab, the regenerating extract for alternatively living life forms. Now all that's left is to apply the stuff. I dip my fingers in the jar and suddenly he grabs my hand. Do something wrong and I'll rip your tonsils out through your ass. Allow me to do my job, sir. I will be extremely careful. If you touch me, my boss will rip your soul out through your ass. You know, you have this fantastic talent for coming up with threats. You should write scripts for action movies. No way. I'm a pathetic, miserable, harmless cashier. You know, you have this fantastic talent for coming up with threats. You should write scripts for action movies. Well, I suppose it's just a matter of experience. Probably. And you, well, watch what you're doing, or there will be consequences. It seems he just heard the best compliment of his life. I apply this black goo to the wound. Ooh, that sound. Ooh. puff of steam rises from the wound, and the air starts to smell like something is frying. It's probably very painful, but David remains calm. Not a single complaint, which is surprising. I hope it's not from your squid manager. Well, we all hope for that, buddy. Pour a little more goo on him, restore some justice. Be more careful. My movements become slow and deliberate. I do everything cautiously, barely touching the skin around the wound, allowing him to get used to the sting. I can see the tense muscles in his back and shoulders relax slightly. He's still wound up, but the relief is starting to wash over him. Naturally, no thank yous or pleases from him, but at least he's no longer threatening to do something to my ass every 5 seconds. No, Nusi, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. We're not going to say it. Finish your dark work in silence. Distract him with conversation. You know, David, every noble knight needs someone to tend his wounds after great battles. What are you talking about? What knight? What battles? I fought in an alley stinking of urine against a bunch of dirty werewolves for territory on the outskirts of this godforsaken city. I tore my pants and I had to take a new pair off a junkie who was lying in a puddle nearby. What am I? Knight of what? The Knight of Torn Pants? As long as they're not stained, well, you get it. You are a wolfhound knight. Go to hell. David says this almost affectionately. It seems like we're making progress in our relationship. I finish up, surprisingly. The wounds really are healing. The scars won't beautify this man. Are you sure about that? I feel like the scars would beautify this man. I mean, if we go back, I feel like the scars beautified this man quite a bit. But okay. Oh. Huh. Surprised that... Okay, interesting. Little art thing. I finish up. Surprisingly, the wounds really are healing. The scars won't beautify this man. Why are you doing all this? The question is asked in an astonishingly serious tone. He's driving me crazy, even more than that clown from earlier, it seems. I just want to help. Lie. You want tips, and to go home, play The Sims, and watch stupid shows. I just want to help. Truth, you are an angel of mercy from the dirty gas station. These are my work obligations. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't bother with you. I just want to help. Why? David is confused. In his system of beliefs, action always equals benefit. I'm throwing a wrench into this flawless, long-running mechanism. I can't watch someone suffer. Let's just say I have certain fetishes. Yeah. Ha! I knew it from the very beginning, sugar. You clearly have a few screws loose in your head if you get pleasure from this. I won't even bother asking what those fetishes are. I just want to sleep in my coffin without any nightmares. Alright, moving on. Screw this. I honestly don't care what's going on in your head. This is the most unconvincing lie I've ever heard in my life. He clears his throat. Thank you. What? Am I hearing things? I thought he didn't know such words. I'm even afraid to breathe so I don't scare off this rare, exotic display of politeness. He says that word as if he's pronouncing it for the first time in his life. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually the case. Just a couple more seconds and he's back in front of the counter. So, the client is fed, clean, and healed. And yet he's still here. Not putting any money on the counter, and the tip jar is lacking. I look at him. He's supposed to be full of energy, but instead, he looks lost. David is deep in thought, in that dark, gloomy little place that occupies his mind. Are you planning to pitch a tent here? Can I do anything else for you, sir? Have you decided to eat me after all? This isn't the best place to crash, buddy, but there's a vampire hotel 2 blocks down. Are you planning to pitch a tent here? No, that... Because David is very prideful, and I feel like suggesting he pitch a tent is going to be a bash against his ego. But can I do anything else for you? He's not going to admit he wants something else, I don't think. Screw it. Are you planning to pitch a tent here? David snorts, hearing the impatience in my voice. What? Are you tired of my company, sugar? I leave when I want to leave, and I don't want to yet. I'm curious about one thing. I haven't talked to a regular human in a long time. I wonder by regular human, does he mean extremely natural essence? No vampire, werewolf, or thieving gnome? Or does he mean my lack of criminal record and absence of drug or alcohol dependency? Or maybe he's looking for the perspective of an ordinary worker? A working class person, a gray collar. Does your face always look that funny when you're thinking about something? Huh? I don't even get a chance to respond to his jab before he follows up. Let's conduct an experiment. Suppose you're now a free vampire, able to go wherever you want, do whatever you want. Where would you go? David looks at me expectantly. What kind of superpowers do vampires have? What weaknesses will I have? And who were you before the bite? Can you find everyone who wronged you in life and get revenge? A lot of things depend on who exactly turned me into a vampire. Who vamped you? I'll just go down the list, I guess. Unless there are questions I'm not supposed to ask. What kind of powers do you have? A whole lot. We're practically a superhero league. Sure, it never crossed your mind that in reality, bloodsuckers can be way scarier than in sappy movies for girls. It looks like he's watched Twilight. Interesting. Is that where you got your fashion sense from? Some of us not only drink human blood, but also capture people to experiment on them. They turn human bodies into a real nightmare of flesh and bones. Dr. Moreau couldn't even imagine. And there are vampire sorcerers who can rip your soul out of your body and make you work for them for eternity. Ugh, literally. Seems like I already have one of those sorcerers. His name is Bob. He's checking his bills. There he is. I wonder what inner strength it took David not to flinch. And there are those who can make your head sorry. Didn't realize you were talking, David. And there are those who can make your head explode. Literally. Just a glance. But not all of us are such wicked bastards. We don't even have to kill a person to eat, just drink a little. Instead of gorging yourself like a pig at the trough. But some don't care. They just drain all the blood and splash it everywhere. The forensics team is baffled why the person turned into a sprinkler before dying. He seems to enjoy talking about how cool vampires are. And which of these do you have? And which of these do you have? Let me guess. None? Can vampires open beer cans with their minds? And which of these do you have? I've got a decent list of what I can do. Not complaining. I mean, we know you have mind control, or suggestion, at least. Imagine it. You never get tired, you can party all night long. Fuck all night long. Ooh. You're stronger than 10 thugs combined. Well, except for 10 werewolf thugs. That might take some effort. If you want to shrink down and fly somewhere, you can turn into a tiny bat. Your reflexes become 100 times sharper. You feel everything. You see everything. You can hear a rat piss a block away. I don't want to hear what rats are up to. Oh, Lord Cygnus, that's just an idiom. You can ignore it if you want. All vampires would go insane if that was true. Do I look like a madman? Politely, I decide to stay silent. He continues. And finally, you can make people do anything you want. Absolutely anything. Are you sure the last one is due to your vampirism and not just because they're scared you'll just beat them up? David lets out a sharp, raspy laugh. You're right. Most law-abiding citizens avoid me by 100 miles. It's a working strategy in most cases, but sometimes you need a subtle approach, you know? The word subtle from this guy almost sounds comical. It's one thing to scare someone shitless. They give in just to avoid being harmed. It's another when they act with full confidence that it's what they want. They don't even realize they're just vampire pawns now. Yes, I think I get it. He pulled that trick on me too. David smiles, but this time the smile is strained. These are the words of someone stuck in a web of artificial connections and ass-related threats. Fear and supernatural compulsion are the best foundations for a strong friendship. David, you're a creature stuck in a web of artificial connections and ass-related threats. Your whole life is based on lies. I can enchant friends for myself? Wonderful. Or make someone give me their wallet. I don't want to flat out say it, and, well... would he want me to be blunt is the question. Oh. I can enchant friends for myself? Wonderful. Or maybe someone give me their wallet? Your whole life is based on lies. Even if it's based on my ass, I don't care. If you're a bloodsucker, you'll live like this and no other way. In this snake pit, you won't make any true friends. Vampires don't live in one big, beautiful house like in Twilight. They're like cowboys in the Wild West, constantly cutting and shooting each other and blowing up houses. David mentioned Twilight again. Oh my god. Don't think I'm whining. It's actually great. It keeps you on your toes. You'll get used to it once you adjust. I'd rather live in a big vampire house in happiness, love, and harmony. Come to think of it, being a cowboy isn't so bad. Exactly. A great way to feel alive. Not so dead. You get it. He seems to enjoy talking about how cool vampires are. Can vampires open beer cans with their minds? Oh, they sure can, but they can't drink beer afterward. When I was just recently turned, about 2 years ago, I tried to eat spaghetti. Not the smartest decision. I got it. I don't want to know what happened with your spaghetti. I want to know something else. And what happened? I threw up farther than I could see, puking out blood and meatballs, left some graffiti and a bit of pasta on the wall. The guy who cleaned it up probably thought a whole spaghetti monster exploded in that alley. Mamma mia! No more pasta, pizza, no delicious food! That's terrible! Giving up human food is a small price for immortality. No more pasta, pizza, no delicious food? Ah, that's terrible. You got it, exactly. I miss pizza. My buddy used to say you always have to sacrifice something. In your case, it's pizza. Sounds silly, of course, but in reality, it sucks. Still, you get used to it over time. I can see he's lying. David lies in a spaghetti-less hell. What kind of monster would doom someone to that? You can still order food delivery, by the way. Just this time, Eat the delivery guy. He seems to enjoy talking about how cool vampires are. Back to your question, why did you watch Twilight? Why did you watch Twilight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't watch emo crap. I hold a dramatic pause. David looks like a cornered animal. He stares at the floor, then the ceiling, anywhere but me. Finally, he lets out a loud sigh, filled with disappointment and embarrassment. Fine, damn it. Alright, I watched everything. All Twilight movies watched. All Twilight movies. Watched The Lost Boys. Interview with the Vampire. Blade. The idiot who bit me didn't explain anything beyond the basics like, don't go out the sun, you little punk. I thought maybe these stupid movies had a clue, you know? Hidden in all that silly romance and melodrama. Most of it turned out to be bullshit. I read legends. Search for info online. As you can imagine, all supernatural beings try not to give themselves away, but sometimes you still stumble upon bits and pieces. I feel like if you pulled up Vampire the Masquerade, the TTTRPG. Did I just say 3 T's? The TTRPG. Hit TTRPG. At least with how he was describing the different abilities of vampires, that very much felt like, oh, you can suck a human soul out and make it your slave. That feels very Tremere. Or, not Tremere. Yes, Tremere? Yeah, Tremere. Yeah, anyway. I read legends, search for info online. Sometimes you still stumble upon bits and pieces. I read this. Or crazies. One or the other. My favorite, by the way, was From Dusk Till Dawn. Too bad vampires don't explode in real life. You still haven't told me if you sparkle like Edward Cullen in the sun. He takes a deep, ragged breath. No, we don't sparkle. Wanna know what happens if I step into the sun? I catch fire in the sun, as if someone poured gasoline on me and lit a match. Do you know what that smells like? Like fried chicken. It's a nasty, excruciating final death. Ugh, very brutal. Hot men. Hot men. What the hell is wrong with you? The look of horror in his eyes is so good. David has clearly dealt with violence, drugs, and monsters, but a cashier craving fried vampire is clearly too much for him. You know, I've seen a lot of crap in my life, but this is the first time I see something like this. Do you have some kind of a necro barbecue fetish? Nope. Don't answer me. I don't want to know. I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. What weaknesses will I have? Well, no more tanning. No reflection in mirrors. If you were ugly before, it's actually a bonus, right? You can enter without an invitation. Garlic doesn't scare you either. Holy water is trickier. Depends on the situation. A stake works, but piercing your chest would be quite the challenge. Piercing any part of you is quite the challenge, actually. Our skin's like steel, unless a particularly persistent werewolf comes along. Well, at least you can enter without an invitation. No need for unnecessary chit-chat with people. David's looking at me expectantly. And who were you before the bite? He opens his mouth, ready to tell me off or mention something about butts again, but stops himself. Probably his thank you sealed our fragile friendship. I'll tell you, but it's probably not relevant. Well, it's nothing. I was a nobody. I was just surviving as everything went to hell, unlike all those bastards born with a silver spoon up their ass. You ever see those happy American families in TV commercials? They sit at the table with a bowl of salad, smiling like idiots, and they always have a dog. Well, that wasn't my case. My stepdad was a crazy guy who thought the best birthday gift was a smack on the head. He did teach me how to shoot properly, though. I left my family dump early. It's really dumb, but I thought I'd start a band and become a rock star. But, as they say, wish in one hand, shit in the other. See which one fills up faster. At first, I worked wherever I could, then found some guys to do some shady stuff with. There aren't many ways to make a living in the Los Angeles area. Can't exactly work with the cash register, right? David jabs again, but without malice. The antisocial environment made him resentful of the middle and upper classes, but it hasn't affected me yet. I wonder why. Yeah, being a gangster would be cool. Doing gangster things, riding motorcycles. Hey, working the cash register isn't so bad. It would be even better without customers like you. No, I'm not going to say that because that's rude. He lets out a quiet chuckle. Come on. Life isn't as fun as it is in TV shows. Mostly we just sold diluted crap to junkies and solved problems. Sometimes, no person, no problem. You know? I prefer the part about motorcycles. That's it. That's the whole story. Just because I'm curious. Hey, working a cash register isn't so bad. Sorry to bruise your pride, sugar. I have nothing against cashiers. It's just not the job for me. You know what? Fair. Completely fair. There's a hint of doubt in his voice, as if he's not quite sure what the job is for him and what isn't. Maybe he'd actually make a good cashier. Or an English teacher. Or a English teacher. That is not the right grammar. He just missed out on having his own dog, a happy family, and a bowl of salad. That's it. That's the whole story. What about you? What about you? Oh, Lord. This is my chance to make up something cool or just tell it like it is. I'm a criminal too. The best sniper in my gang. I'm now hiding under a fake name in another city and state. I have a single-parent family and an art degree and no dog. Yeah, we're telling the truth. He listens to how I ended up in this dump, about my job search and everything else. I didn't sell drugs in alleys, but it seems we still find some common ground. Got it. You're not in your element. David truly understands. Neither he nor I wanted to end up where we are. Neither of us knows what to do next. And we both love cheap noodles, but he can't eat them anymore. I win. You must be tired of those draw me requests, huh? I would draw you. Oh, like a French girl? What were the words that just came? Oh, like a French girl. He tries to look nonchalant, but his eyes show that he's interested. Go ahead. I love beautiful doodles. He says the word doodles with such strange tenderness that it sounds more like a compliment than an insult. I pick up a pencil. Draw something funny or draw him as he is. Where's the history? Beautiful doodles. Draw him as he is. I mean, he did say he doesn't get his reflection anymore, so it's possible that he hasn't seen himself in a while. At least not easily. Yeah, draw him as he is. Very nice art there, Cygnus! Let's fucking go! Wow, what a face. I almost forgot what I looked like. Bag under my eyes like a junkie. Yeah, I figured. What does the funny one look like? He stares at it for a few seconds and starts laughing. It's so cute. It's the little dinosaur arms. Here, I need to double check. Not. Preferences, maybe? Or help, yeah. How do I see hi user interface age? It's so funny. Spot on. The smile especially turned out well. Awesome. Thanks. I'll take it and hang it somewhere. Hopefully in the coffin where he sleeps. I can do something too. David takes a pencil from me and, with deep concentration, almost sticking out his tongue, scribbles something. Oh! Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back. I will draw you like French girl. I am sticking with my original choice, drawing as he is. Wow, what a face. Almost forgot what I looked like. Bags under my eyes like a junkie. Ugh. Silence hangs in the air while David examines the drawing. He clearly doesn't know how to react to his unexpected little act of normalcy. Looks cool. The last words are spoken in a barely audible, almost reverent whisper. Almost unlike anything I've ever heard from him before. 2 simple words said with the sincerity this guy can muster. I can do something too. David takes a pencil from me and, with deep concentration, almost sticking out his tongue, scribbles something. A few minutes later, a drawing appears before me. I never would have thought that this guy was capable of that. Mine's cooler! You better! You draw better than me and I have an education! That is kind of my first reaction, low-key. Mine's cooler! No doubt, because you draw better than me and I have an education. Come on, it's nothing. I'm not much of an artist. David clears his throat, embarrassed. Nothing special, just a doodle. Yeah, you draw better than me. Come on, it's nothing. I'm not much of an artist. I was into it a bit when I was a kid. Comics, all that stuff. Nothing serious. I take the drawing for myself. Alright, where were we? David looks at me expectantly. Can you find everyone who wronged you in life and get revenge? Yeah, a lot of people think about that first. But it's a bad idea to leave a trail of bodies of people you were somehow connected to. And your head quickly fills up with other things like, well, the fact that you're dead and it's forever. So after you'd been turned, you didn't find everyone who bullied you in school and beat them up? I usually beat them up right at school. Ah, right. You might think I was some kind of bully, constantly pulling pranks, but I was actually quiet in class. Just messing around at the back of the class like an invisible man. Until some jerk started picking on me. Once I smashed a globe over a guy's head because he mocked my sneakers. As if wearing clothes from Walmart made me worse than them. Good thing we don't have globes here. David looks at me expectantly. A lot of things depend on who exactly turned me into a vampire. Who vamped you? He doesn't answer right away, just furrows his brows. Several long minutes pass in silence. Same old stinking jerk. A lot is mixed into those 4 words. It's as if he both hates and mourns the old jerk. Probably that guy wasn't a contender for Father of the Year. I wait for him to continue, but he remains silent. He looks like an angry, cornered dog. It's unlikely he'll speak up on his own. And what did your old stinking jerk do? Don't call him that, damn it. Don't you dare. The rage in his eyes shifts to confusion, just for a brief moment before he looks away. I mean, yeah. Call him whatever you want, including an old stinking jerk. Old stinking jerk! So what did he do? That jerk suffered from power seizures. That's all there is to say about him. No amount of booze could erase what that damned villain did in my memory. I suppose all old vampires are like that. It seems he won't tell me more about his vampire dad. I'm ready to tell you my decision. Excellent. He leans in a little closer, when suddenly we hear a wolf howling. No, dude, don't hide behind me. How dare you? How dare you hide behind me? No, don't do that. Let's see where we... There you go. Yeah, so I can see you. Don't hide behind me. Excuse you. I don't even have time to blink before David vanishes. Now he's a little bat hiding behind the counter. Listen up. Don't say the furrowed brows. Listen up. Don't say anything about me. Sit tight and behave, or you'll feel incredibly shitty. Trust me, if you rat me out to that mutt, I'll find a way to get out and twist your head off. The threat in his voice is completely lacking, mostly because that voice now comes out, or this voice now comes from a very small, though angry, bat. Werewolf. A werewolf is about to come here now. The creature steps inside. Good evening, Chief. A low, rumbling bass, surprisingly calm and friendly. Can I pet you? I'm listening, sir. Apologies for the sudden intrusion, Edward. You can just call me, apologies for the sudden intrusion. Edward, you can call me Eddie. We're chasing down a certain, pest. You haven't seen a vampire around here by chance, have you? You know, young, a bit scruffy, wearing a leather jacket. You see, here's the story. One of our packs nearly took out a vampire sire and his offspring a few hours ago. It was a tough battle. We suffered losses. We tried to track them and found one of them, well, more like a pile of ash where he once lay. It seems one bloodsucker offered the other when he was weakened. Their family values are quite lacking. It seems patricide has occurred. David didn't tell me anything about it. Probably that's why he had all those questions about vampirism. He was trying to get advice on where to go next after killing his creator, but in a completely idiotic way. You see, Chief, vampires are parasites on the body of our society. They drink blood like mosquitoes, but unlike mosquitoes, they kill their victims by draining them dry. The angry eyes on the side. He keeps squinting. They languish in boredom with their immortality, and thus destroy human destinies, play with them, torment them, and derive a semblance of pleasure from their suffering. They are devoid of true feelings. I look at David, devoid of any feelings. He's shaking all over. So I would be extremely grateful for any help. Don't give David away, Blackmailed David. David slowly glances at the tip jar, then briefly meet David's eyes, and he owes a tip. Grab David and hand him over to the werewolf. Let the wolf leave a tip. Let's not blackmail David. Let's not give him away. That bastard threatened me 5 minutes ago, but now he's a small, trembling and helpless. He's my bastard. I force a smile and say I haven't seen anything. It's been a quiet and peaceful night. Eddie examines me closely. He's probably catching a faint scent of blood, but my calm demeanor throws him off. Strange. Well, okay. If he shows up, just give me a whistle. We won't far away from here. Good night, Chief. The werewolf goes off to his important wolf business. David crawls out of his hiding spot. Oh, you could have turned me in. He stares into my eyes as if trying to peer into my soul and understand what it's made of. And that would have been a sensible decision. But I'm glad you're not one of those sensible ones. I mean, you've heard the shit that came out of my mouth here, David. You know I'm a bit of a freak. Snack break. And boba break. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Okay. David says this with genuine relief in his voice. He's grateful to me and now doesn't quite know what to do with that gratitude. He clears his throat awkwardly. So, what's the answer to my question? What would you do if you were a vampire? His gaze reminds me of a lost fighting dog. Without a master, he's restless and can't find his place. What an advisor he picked. May the Lord help him. I take everything life has to offer. Travel, entertainment, new experiences. The world is full of wonders, and when you're immortal, all doors are open to you. Not true! You still need money. You still need money even though you're immortal. I just surf the internet, decay and rot. Nothing would change. One could enslave humanity, or at least one neighborhood in this city. You could learn so many things, read so many books, and even learn to play the saxophone. Pursuit of knowledge is very appealing. I mean, a lot of those things require money, but the stuff that doesn't, you take the opportunities you can. He chuckles. Oh, still waters run deep and all that. Pity the road of adventure led you to a stinky gas station. Maybe you're right. The world isn't limited to this lousy town. He says this quietly, almost to himself, looking out the window at the dark, empty highway. As if he just remembered there's something beyond his cage of alleyways and gangland showdowns. Here, for future adventures. We got more tips! David is about to turn around and leave when he suddenly stops. Sorry, freaking out a little bit. He pulls out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, scribbles a number on it, and leaves it on the table next to my hand, but just as I reach for it, his hand covers mine, pressing it to the table. His skin feels cold, rough from barely visible scars and blisters. This grave-like chill sharply contrasts with the warmth of my own hand. I feel a slight tingling, like static electricity. Call me if you need a ride from work. I've got a couple of ideas for what we could do before dying. See you. David says goodbye and leaves. The gas station sinks into absolute silence. Well, that was quite an interesting encounter. It really could have turned him in, but I didn't want to. Hang the drawing on the wall, yes! Is it? Yes! Oh! It's right where he was hanging! Oh, my heart. For someone obsessed with ass-related threats, surprisingly, his hands are quite skilled. Now I also have a date invitation from a guy who wanted to make me his dinner half an hour ago. I don't even know what's worse, this or the offer to go home in a bone carriage. Though, something tells me that if I accept, I might not return home at all. I survived another visitor. It seems I'm starting to get used to this job. Wiping off the sticky residue, hoping it was just spilled soda from the counter, I suddenly hear the crunch of gravel outside. Hoofs? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Why are all the characters so fun? Anyway. This, is definitely not another vampire. The stranger leans against the counter, trying to look casual, but the way his tail twitches betrays his nervous tension. Hi. He clears his throat. Hello, sunshine. My name is Victor. Aren't your parents pirates by any chance? Frown at him, waiting for him to finally say what he's going to say. No, sir, my parents are not pirates. Aren't your parents farmers by any chance? You mean, are they rich pirates who could pay a ransom for me if you kidnap me? Please, sir, don't. I know where this is. Are your parents pirates by any chance? Because you got that booty. Aren't your parents farmers by any chance? I took his awkward attempt at flirting and made it my own. Now I'm the captain of this ship, since I am a true descendant of pirates. What? Victor nervously taps his hoof on the floor. No? Here are my not pirates. What am I getting buzzes for? Nothing important. Then where did they get such a sweet peach? His face instantly lights up. So much so that even his ears are smoking, it seems. Thank you. He shuffles his foot. Actually, I wanted to give you a compliment. I mean to flirt. Victor makes vague gestures with his hands, as if trying to describe a complex mechanism that just exploded. It was all supposed to go completely differently. You were supposed to blush and giggle and you broke it all. So, he believes this was really supposed to work on real-life people? His face is burning. Victor takes another deep, frantic breath. His stomach is growling so horribly. I hope the guy's okay. Phone, stop buzzing! You're dope. Stop! Is it, really that bad? I mean, is my flirting technique really that terrible? This is the worst day of my life to have ears, sir. Well, it could have been better. Awkwardness is a great style. I liked it. This might be the best compliment he's ever heard in his life. Probably the only one. You liked it? His voice mixes surprise, disbelief, and a shy glimmer of joy. I... I'm glad you like the awkwardness, because I have plenty of it. You probably noticed. Right off the bat, is it really written on my face? Actually, I initially chose this tactic to charm you. Of course, everything went according to plan. He coughs shyly and mumbles something to himself. Then he shifts his gaze back to me. Actually, I'm here to acquire... He doesn't get to finish. We have a visitor. Smash. She stands next to the counter, clicking her mandibles impatiently.
2 packs of Brapsy, a pack of screaming cheese, and a bag of fairy fingers, darling. By the way, your gas attendant is a real sweetheart.
It's frightening to imagine what my invisible colleague looks like. He hasn't even bothered to say hello.
And hurry up. I need to rush. I have a lot of work waiting for me today.
I'm starting to pack the order. At the same time, this incubus awkwardly tries to hit on the lady. And I thought we had something special. Apparently, the failed Casanova decided to try his luck on a new victim. Wow, you seem, so busy and cool, ma'am. And you must have a very, wonderful job? She starts clicking her mandibles energetically, producing a buzzing sound that vaguely resembles laughter.
Wonderful. Oh, yes, wonderful. Wonderful for those who don't like to eat, sleep, or see their children grow. Really, the best job in all 9 worlds. Oh, speaking of children...
Victor barely recovers from her sarcasm when the lady immediately pulls a wallet out of her bag and unfolds it. And over again. It seemed endless.
This is Goo. He has his father's mandibles.
Victor gazes into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back, revealing baby pictures. The seduction attempt has failed. Again. Like any mother, Lady Mantis loved her children and considered it her sacred duty to tell every passing incubus about them.
This is Goo. He's in his rabble phase right now. He pierced his mandibles, can you imagine? He makes such a racket when he eats.
The image of a larva in a biker jacket makes me snort. That reminds me of David. Oh, David. Oh yeah, you have one on the bike, you have one playing guitar, you have one in a little sweater tunic. Oh, they're all actually all so cute.
And this is Gigi and Gaga. Oh, they're still larvae, but already so talented.
What talents can larvae have? They just lie there and eat. I do too, though. Wait, don't think about that. You have very beautiful children, ma'am. All 20 of them. Incredibly, cute.
That's just the first wallet.
Don't interfere. Let him suffer. Help him hand the lady her order.
Oh, I got a bit carried away. I really am in a hurry. Here, your money, darling.
Victor watches her disappear into the night, then turns to me with a grateful look. Thank you. I couldn't handle 20 more kids. To be honest, I already broke down at the 8th. And I thought looking after a cat was hard. Oh, you have a pet cat? The lady left with very little in tips. Probably all her money went to her children. Victor suddenly remembers he came here to buy something. However, my visitors rarely recall that. I need a book. Victor scans my sinking supernatural realm of discount rod and chocolate bars. It's, a guide for, well, you know, succubi and incubi. I can't remember what's called, but I've definitely heard something about it. Could you take a look? It's definitely not for me. It's for my, less experienced, friend. Because I'm, you know, employee of the month in my lair. He didn't specify whether he was the worst or the best employee of the month. Well, you know, life forest harvesting for dummies or something like that. I hear him mumbling quietly to himself. Such a shame. I should have just stayed home and rewatched Evangelion for the 10th time. Is this darker than before? No, it's probably the same. It's probably fine. I'm heading to the storage room. Just a few hours before, I was rushing around here looking for blood for a very hungry monster. Now all these vials, eyes, and tentacles seem a little less ominous. A gigantic dead moth lies on top of those boxes, or perhaps it's just very tired. I'm rummaging through the book section, deep in between baboon metaphysics and limits of patience of your dead servants. I find the desired volume. I come back from the storage room holding this forbidden, mind-bending treatise titled Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About Demons and Everything You Didn't Want to Know About Them. Wow, this is definitely better than those PDF guys from various sites for, never mind who. Clearly not for the whole family. Let's study it? Yes, it would be very unusual if he just paid me, tipped me, and moved along. I expect too much for this life. But in fact, this will be an entertaining educational lesson. It certainly won't be unnecessary. And this guy looks like those pictures are enough to make him faint. The sooner this is over, the sooner I can send him on his way. Hello, sailor! We find a cozy spot next to the counter. I pull the grimoire closer. The art here is so good. I open the book and the pages, yellowed and brittled with age, release a cloud of dust and indecent, horrifying desires. Incubi, the nature of the tempting rouge. Hooves of desire. Tempting rogues. Tempting rogues. Rouges? Rogues. Oh, that's me. That's definitely me. Hooves are just like mine. You have no idea how awful they clomp. Especially on tiles. When you sneak to the fridge at night, the whole house wakes up with you. Everyone thinks there's a big, clumsy cow living in your apartment. Yeah, I think you really are an incubus. They're all purple. You know, Victor, you look more like a sleep paralysis demon. What? They're all purple. Oh, you're right. All incubi really are purple. I thought my skin color was just some kind of coincidence. You know, like when you create a character in a video game and just spin the color wheel until you stumble upon something weird. Oh, he is a nerd. He is such a nerd, and that is beautiful. As if the talk about Evangelion didn't give it away. He gives me a cautious look, as if it's not entirely sure about the coolness of his purple hue. Purple is a lame color. I hate eggplants. I love the color purple. Too bad I'm not purple. I know what you mean. When I was created, someone also spun the wheel. By the way, I was created in Spore. You know, I think you'd like that, and I find that funny too. He lets out a quiet, soft chuckle. Spore. Seriously? I know it's self-deprecating joke, but by the way, it really has an awesome creature maker. I love the mating dances in that game. Maybe, I should have taken a couple for my profession. And by the way, you can make beautiful creatures in Sport too, even with symmetrical limbs. It seems like that was a compliment to me. I am very symmetrical. Victor turns his attention back to the book and runs his clawed finger down the lines. Incubi, appreciators of the vibrant hues of the soul. They draw power not for blood or life force, but from pure, potent energy of mortal emotions. And although a refined bouquet of positive emotions is a preferred ambrosia, ambrosia? Huh, what a fancy word. A practitioner can also... I wasn't trying to save a screenshot, but okay. A practitioner can also sustain themselves with more coarse, fickle energies of negativity. Despair, horror, and humiliation provide a quick, albeit unpleasant, rush of power. It's no wonder that now, after an argument with someone in the comments, I feel like I've eaten a few raisins. Judging by his expression on his face, he clearly isn't cut out for horrors and humiliations. His limit is probably arguing on 4chan. Also a kind of source of horrors and humiliations, but still, it's a bit different. An incubus can, albeit less effectively, form a symbiotic connection by feeding off a single, consenting mortal vessel. The mortal vessel, in turn, can absorb some of the power from the incubus. Among other things, their immortality. Wow, sounds like a decent deal. I certainly always have plenty of emotions. Mostly hatred for the fact that to earn money, you have to work. A whole mountain of raisins for Victor, or whatever he called it. What a relief. Just one person, the thought of having to chase after a whole bunch of strangers makes me feel sick. Strangers are the scariest thing, right after rent. But I love communicating. Well, sometimes. Strangers are the scariest thing right after rent. Yeah, I totally understand you. It's probably even harder to deal with clients like me. Communication is already a horror show in itself. And then you add a literal horror with vampires and ghosts. Just a nightmare. He really looks at me with sympathy. He feels sorry for me. I don't even know how to react to that. Trying to understand what people want from you is quite the challenge. It's like trying to play a game with its rules changing every 5 seconds. And someone has turned off your screen and you're paralyzed. Basically, yeah, I completely get you. Victor flips through the grimoire, reading the chapter titles. Techniques of rogue seduction. Juicy emotional juices. Using lascivious? What? Lascivious energies for thaumaturgical purposes. I don't even want to know. I just want to not starve without energy, and maybe pay my rent. I don't need to be the lusty cousin of Doctor Strange. His finger finally jabs at a random chapter title somewhere in the middle. Love letters. It seems completely and irrevocably outdated, especially that part about carrier pigeon collars. Love letters? Who writes love letters anymore? This should apply to text messages now, right? But this, is a good start. Let's work on this before moving on to more, complex seduction methods. He pulls out a pen from somewhere, a cheap ballpoint with a little anime cat charm on the end. I hand him a grease-stained napkin, like everything in this rotten place. This book says to convey aching adoration and a hint of forbidden desire. Victor starts scribbling something on the napkin. I love the little doodles that they do here. Maybe, something like this? This conveys aching adoration perfectly. No, Victor, try again? Yeah, I guess this really isn't the most, aching thing in the world. Oh, it's aching, alright. Not in the way you want it to, though. He takes a less greasy napkin from me and starts drawing again. What about this? Will you marry me and a funny kitty? Wonderful. That lonely, pain-filled tear is like a cherry on top. Check the yes box. Yes, that's definitely better. Check the yes box. Yeah. Victor's mind is now a blue screen of death. This probably means the picture turned out well, right? With a trembling hand, he takes the drawing for himself. If my client gets a heart attack, Bob will probably kill me. Victor continues to flip through the book. Recognizing the desires of the vessel... He scans the first few lines of text. It's all about observing subtle hints, interpreting body language, and engaging in, candid conversations to uncover the special nature of mortal carnal desires. He glances at me. What does Vessel Cygnus want? The vessel wants money. The vessel wants stable mental health. I mean, yes, but let's keep reading. The vessel wants fame, love, and adoration. The vessel wants to become the new Sandro Botticelli? Who? Who is Sandro Botticelli? Who the fuck is Sandro Botticelli? Oh. It's a painter. Oh, it's the painter behind the portrait of Venus. Ooh. Hell yeah. Nice. The vessel wants a simple human soda and cuddles on it. No, that he's going to give you a sofa made out of human skin. Don't say human sofa. The vessel wants to leave work as soon as possible. Let's not linger, young man. The vessel wants stable mental health. He furrows his brow sympathetically. I see a shadow of his own lonely soy jack meme illuminated existence in there. Yeah, I understand. Well, there's a chapter on how to ease someone's anxiety. Sometimes conversations help too. Not like proper therapy, I suppose, but still. Not that I know anything about proper therapy. In any case, one can always become a source of relief. A constant, reliable source of relief. Or at least take out your trash. Sometimes that's the most titanic burden to bear. Just don't look at me like that, and don't say sometimes I'm the kind of trash that needs to be thrown out. That's not true. What? No, I would never, would I? Yeah, I feel like you would. I would too! We continue to study this villainous seduction manual. The art of verbal seduction and slippery flattery. To his surprise, Victor finds no mention of the fact that pirate compliments work on living people. We examine the first paragraph, where words are labeled as keys to the treasure chest of the heart, and flattery is described as a powerful aphrodisiac for the ego. It's all very dramatic, but the main idea is quite simple, maybe. Say nice things, don't say unpleasant things. Huh. This is, definitely outdated. If I tell someone that his eyes are double gateways to the Champs-Élysées, or Champs-Élysées, I'll definitely get sprayed with pepper. And this, good lord, when I kiss you, I tremble like a paralyzed beggar? How is that even supposed to work? No, that's too much even for me. Victor clears his throat. His gaze slides over me, trying to latch onto something particularly attractive about my appearance. You have a very elegant ear shape. No, you. No, you. Do I? Yeah, you kind of do. You got the nice pointed ears. Yeah, wrong. Thank you. They're very nimble now. But, saw a fly on my window. It's outside. We're good. But there's no instruction for when someone compliments you back. Probably a don't blush. And that's something I didn't manage. He takes a deep breath, gathering his courage for another compliment. Actually, I think you have a wonderful sense of humor. Like, nothing can really get to you, right? Most people would scream, run away in horror, or fall into a true existential crisis. I'm the main joker of this greasy gas station. Should I be proud or horrified? Smile. That wasn't bad. Shake your head. He needs to try. No, that wasn't bad. He smiles gently in response. Despite everything, he starts to relax. He's probably beginning to feel more comfortable around me. I would have never thought a monster would have to struggle with discomfort from interacting with the mortal soul, and not the other way around. Oh! Oh! Get gnomed. Another chapter. How to be a mirror. I didn't know we could change. Oh, it's metaphorical. The text describes the principle of mirroring, subtly borrowing mannerisms, speech patterns, and even expressed opinions of the victim to create a sense of closeness and understanding. The path of least resistance to gaining mortal attachment. Oh no. What about all the stuff about just be yourself and everything will work out? My mom lied to me, didn't she? With similar interests. What do ordinary people like? Football and the weather? Definitely not anime and Dark Souls. Discussing the brilliant soundtrack of Silent Hill with people is a bad idea. That's for sure. Victor? Victor? Let me reach through the screen and grab you by your cheeks? Victor? I might be ace and I wouldn't want to actually tap that. It's a running joke throughout this entire game, but I would love to be friends with you. Platonically, let me give you a hug, please. Come on. Come here. Alright, practice. The book says that practice is the key to success. Victor lifts his gaze to me. Play along with me, please. Like we just met. Beautiful mortal soul. I have appeared to you in half-dreams so many times, but I finally decided to find you in reality. I won't let you go so easily again. Even though the words aren't the most elegant, there's something supernatural about them. I still begin to feel a pull. A shiver runs down my spine. Come on, you don't have to pretend to get close to someone to make friends. I'd love to talk about the Silent Hill soundtrack. Let's just, leave it at that. Yeah, I'd love to listen to the Silent Hill soundtrack. Victor's carefully crafted, seductive expressions shatters into pieces. His eyes widen, he blinks several times, and his gaze ignites it with pure delight. You really want to talk about Akira Yamaoka's industrial soundscapes? And and how they create an all-encompassing sense of psychological horror that reflects the protagonist's inner turmoil. That shit is cool. I love that shit. Because, I mean, the use of trip-hop elements in Silent Hill 3 soundtrack is criminally underrated. Criminally. Oh, yes, mortal. Your interest in, such esoteric melodies is quite, intriguing. He chuckled softly. But you're right. Pretending is, very exhausting. You can never truly be close to someone if you're always pretending. Though, I don't really need that, do I? I just need, juicy, sweet emotions. Well, who am I kidding? I'm the most pathetic incubus in the world. I need more than just that. He's flipping through the treatise a bit longer before laying out a sigh. His stomach growls again. It seems like he could use an emotional snack. I think we've covered all the important stuff. I suppose it's time to wrap things up. He starts to rise from the floor. Wait, how did it happen that no one explained anything to you? Even I had a briefing. A 2-minute one. I'll tell you, but, promise you won't laugh. Not promising anything. I promise. Relief washes over his face. Yeah. Wonderful. I, accidentally sold my soul on the darknet. He holds a dramatic pause. Burst out. Go on! Fuck, what an idiot I was. I dropped out of college back then because of constant stress, moved into a tiny dump, and barely left my apartment. I was scraping by with some freelance work. I talked, well, sometimes I chatted with various anonymous folks from 4chan, people without names, gender, or age. And then I stumbled upon a stupid ad. What did I have to lose? Definitely not a demon 7566 in the chat offered me a chance to escape loneliness. Later, after I turned into this, creature, he told me he did it for laughs. He left no instructions, just wrote, "Get good" in the chat and deleted all contacts. He was curious to see if I could handle it. His chance to escape loneliness turned out to be putting me in an incredibly deadly situation. His eyes lift, or he lifts his eyes to me. This memory is a fresh wound for him. Before I can even respond, he jumps up from the floor. But I've already wasted enough of your time. He clops his way to the counter. Well, to be honest, I didn't really understand much. Those chapters are so strange. He lets out a quiet chuckle. But you know what? It was great. I haven't had this much fun in a while. I think I even ate properly. Finally. Positive energy. I mean, thanks for the lunch. I'm not sure if I need to pay for that too, but, I'll leave some money, just in case. His tail twitches awkwardly. I haven't really interacted with people since college killed my will to live. It felt strange not to feel like such an idiot around someone. Thank you. Very much. He tosses some money into the jar, then takes a deep breath and adds, and, maybe someday we could, well, hang out together? Not as a lesson, just to play some silly games. You know, like friends. Why not as friends? We can make it a date. Wiggles eyebrow. That's something a friend of mine does. A date? His tail starts wagging wildly, knocking over 3 bags of chips, a can of soda, and a bottle of Gloomy D. I'm in. Of course, I'm ready. He struggles to rein in the flow of enthusiasm and takes a frantic breath. See you then, goodbye, bye, Cygnus, good, good luck with your, shift. Fuck. It was nice to meet you. The gas station returns to silence, broken only by the hum of refrigerators and my own too loud thoughts. So, a crazy god, a vampire thug, and a shy incubus walk into a gas station. Sounds like the start of a really bad joke. My life is now a joke! Just great. I just wanted to pay my bills. I didn't sign up for interdimensional quarrels and therapy sessions for the undead. But, on the other hand, I wasn't eaten. And I wasn't turned into a piece of furniture. By the standards of this night, that's a resounding success. The sound design. Ooh. I cautiously glanced at the door to Bob's office. There was a low, guttural humming. Yeah, that's what I just heard. Like a giant, disgruntled computer tower was working inside. The clock on the wall indicated it was the end of my shift. With a heavy sigh of relief, I began closing up the place. Finally, I walked to the front door, inserted the key into the lock, and was about to turn it when suddenly... Organism! I jumped in place, nearly dropping everything. Organism! Your performance has exceeded all my algorithmic predictions by 47.3%! You are not just an organism, you are an efficient, flawless machine for generating currency. I am feeling an emotion your kind describes as managerial pride. If you keep up the good work, the possibility of receiving a 25-cent bonus will become not just hypothetical, but quite real. Go, organism! Restore your energy resources and return for further exploitation. What a relief. He vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving nothing but ringing silence behind. I stood for a few seconds, processing what I'd heard. Then I slowly turned the key in the lock. Click! First shift completed. I survived. And now I can do anything. Which means... Carriage for the monarch! Call David, call Victor. Return to the store to Bob. A romantic evening awaits you. Let's quick save. Because I think I rizzed all of them up. Let's go to Bob. Oh no, Mr. Manager. We're not saying goodbye just yet. I head back to the gas station and push open the door to his office. Whoa, buddy! Oh, look at that tie. That clip-on tie being undone. In the middle of the room, buried under folders and invoices, stood a gigantic, ridiculous canopy bed. And on it, surrounded by rose petals, reclined Bob. Or rather, he wasn't just lying there. He was posing. One tentacle coyly supported his spherical body, where a human's chin would be. Others were elegantly draped over the silk sheets. His numerous eyes blinked slowly, focusing on me. Ah, organism! I wasn't expecting you so soon! His voice, as always, boomed in my head, but now it had, sultry undertones. But since you're here... One tentacle slowly, seductively beckoned me forward. I propose we spend the evening in romantic engagement. We'll study void bibok exclosure schemes. Bibok enclosure schemes. I took a step into the office and slowly closed the door behind me. Oh no. Wait. Quick save. Yeah, there we go. Let's return home. No. I've had enough adventures for one day. The bus arrived surprisingly quickly. I climbed into the half-empty cabin and collapsed onto a seat by the window. Outside, the walking city rolled by. Ordinary people heading to ordinary jobs. None of them selling discount rot or fending off vampires. My pigsty retreat never felt so homey and cozy. The familiar creak of floorboards, the smell of dust and cheap coffee, all seemed heaven-sent. I didn't even bother with dinner. Just shrugged off my clothes and fell into my bed. Soft, familiar, free of tentacles and ectoplasm. No monsters, no threats, just silence. And pleasant, nightmarish dreams. Oh, that ending is kind of disappointing. A little bit. Alright. Carriage for the monarch! The words escaped my lips before I could think them through. I shouted into the void, expecting, at best, an echo. But the void answered. From around the corner... Oh, this sounds so good. With a quiet clatter of hooves on asphalt, it appeared. A carriage crafted from bones polished to a shine, drawn by a pair of horses woven from pure shadows. The carriage door swung open by itself, inviting me inside. How mysterious. I stepped over the threshold, and the world spun into a kaleidoscope of mad colors and sentient frogs. When the whirlwind subsided, I felt myself falling. But instead of a hard landing, I found myself in someone's embrace. Oh! I knew you would come, my dear. Darren's voice was velvety and sly. I looked down and realized that my t-shirt and jeans had been replaced by some elegant attire. How old-fashioned of him. The kingdom missed you so much. Every cooked spire of the castle longed for your silhouette. Every mad courtier whispered your name, hoping you would return and bring even more chaos to our usual chaos. He looked into my eyes, and his gaze was a mix of madness, adoration, and the promise of the most unpredictable eternity. Everything. I will give you everything. How about a pet? I can bring you the most beautiful griffin, or better yet, two, so they won't be bored when I take you for rides around our lands. If one moon bores you, we'll have three. Or I could get a few garden gnomes. Fuck, wait. Sorry, the person playing this game is a little quick on that spacebar, I fear. Anyway, where was I? If one moon bores you, we'll have three. Or I could get a few garden gnomes and, I'm getting ahead of myself. As is the player. Let it be a surprise. He pulls me closer by the waist. His lips almost touch the shell of my ear as he speaks the next words. You will never be sad again. From this moment, sadness for you is just a word in a foreign language. My dear, my monarch. And all it took was one night shift at a gas station. Alright, we got two more to check out. Let's see David. Maybe it was a bad idea, or maybe it was my best one yet. The creature on the other end informs me in a raspy voice that he'll be there in 10 minutes. And sure enough, soon the roar of a motorcycle shatters the silence of the night. A battered but powerful bike pulls up next to me. Come on, move your ass. Sunrise is soon. Ooh! His voice sounds gentle. I move my ass and climb onto the seat behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist. He lets out a satisfied sigh. And by the way, enjoy today's sunrise while you can. I freeze, knowing exactly what he means. This could be my last sunrise as a human. Maybe I want to become a vampire, or maybe not. Either way, we're making decisions together now. He slightly turns his head. The surprise in his eyes is replaced by a brief glimmer of respect. He looks at me like a tamed wolf, like an equal. His hand covers mine, resting on his chest, and gently squeezes it. Okay, boss. Whatever you say. Whatever awaits us, eternal wanderings, arguments over who cleans the blood off the dishes today, and the necessity of pretending to be our own descendants. We'll face it together. The motorcycle roars and heads out on the highway. Alright. And probably the ending I would choose. Victor. Victor promises to come faster than the wind. True to his word, when his car pulls up, it pulls into the parking lot. He has the car! Oh, shit! He nearly knocks over a trash bin. My bad! It's an old, well-maintained car, clearly inherited from his grandfather. Inside, it's warm and smells nice. His apartment is exactly as I imagined. A bit cluttered, but cozy. Yes, boy! Oh, and you got the PS4? With the motion detection? Oh, fuck yeah. And soon I get humiliated by the very first boss. Victor, sitting next to me, laughs. It's not that you're bad at this, as you say. It's just that I'm a nerd, with a whole lot of free time. His fingers glide effortlessly over the buttons. I feel at ease. For the first time in a long while, no fear, no tension, just two people playing video games. Rest my head on his shoulder. Oh, the blush. He freezes for a second, then a blush appears on his violet cheeks. He coughs awkwardly but doesn't pull away. Instead, he gently leans his head towards mine. Cygnus, you've made me so happy in just one evening, and I'll do everything I can to make you happy. I close my eyes, listening to the quiet clicking of his buttons. An incubus partner. My partner is an incubus. And he's better at Souls-like games than I am. For now. Something very interesting is definitely happening in my life. Yeah, I love that. Ooh, I love that so much. Alright. What did I just hear? That's probably nothing. Anyway, we will be right back. I am going to call for a quick intermission before we switch over to the next game. So, where's my music? Where's my music? Yes, run the game, please. Stop saying it's a virus. It's not. I pulled it off the itch.io page. Alright. I will be back shortly.
I will love it till I die. If I'm supposed to change and riddle me this, why haven't I changed that? Regardless if you alter me, I promise I'm the same threat. I focus on stability, don't step out of formality. Just know that you can count on me to never lose the same bet. Damn it all, why am I angry? Why am I pissed? It's your fault, cause you're in my presence, you've ended my bliss. You want the darkness, I'm with the drag you and choose the abyss. Now that you're here, the cycle is broken, I'm landing with this. Dream Eater.
What we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see ya. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see ya. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. Angelic demon, transcending heathens. The balance on the scale between good and evil ain't even. And even when it is, there's always someone trying to tip it. Tug of war with my arms instead of rope, I'm so conflicted. Wishing we could break free from all the same. I was so alone inside this loop, I wanna change. I'm by continuance, don't wanna relive today. Life may getting through it hard, but we gon' get through anyway, huh? I can't help but T to the scale. Can't help that I wanna see you prevail, but I can't help but T to the scale. Can't help the feeling that maybe I failed. Can't help the feeling that maybe I trailed. The two of us to somewhat of a permanent jail. Got told I'm crazy like you hit the head right on the nail. Most of my dogs hit a 180 tucking their tails. What we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see ya. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see ya. Back and forth, 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 back and forth.
Alright, we are back. Sort of. Gotta fix the capture. Alright. Next up, we've got a game called I Don't Think I've Walked This Stretch of Road Before. Which this one should be a little shorter. And I am going... Volume, please drop it down just a little bit. And let's actually switch you off. There we go. Transition back. Can I hear the game? Does the game get audio? Okay, we do get audio. Maybe. Okay. Directional keys and E. I feel like I'm supposed to get audio. Hold up. I think something's up with my audio monitoring. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's bring it back. Let me check something. Make sure my OBS monitoring is muted so I can just pull something up. Alright. We are working. We're working. We're good. We cooking. Huh? I mean that... Okay, Elgato Wave link. You're going to be showing my voice on that screen? Okay. So long as I can't hear it. And I can't. Alright. Let's try this again. Oh. Yeah, now I can hear it. Good. I think. That is very quiet. I'm going to assume that's how it's supposed to be. Alright. Yep. But this is... I don't think I've walked this stretch of road before. Which, this one is completely blind. The night always forgets. Moonlight scrubs the day bare, pure and dark and new. A mind can be like that. Something shifts deep down. Nice. All of a sudden, you find yourself a stranger. Memories jumbled. The story of somebody else's life. Don't walk onto the road, buddy. Nothing you can do but follow the trail. Dude, don't, no. Get out of the road. I don't think I've watched this stretch of road before. And I just realized... Oh, the music's so good. Sorry, I know you guys can't see the game. I'm trying to fix the stream category. Oh. Ooh. Can I... Is my camera locked in this angle? I do love the... Oh. Wall. Okay. I guess we just gotta start walking. Let's not walk in the middle of the road though, buddy. Yeah, bud. Let's at least, yeah, stay on the side here. It's okay if you have to hit those posts. Are you actually going to get stopped by this post? God. Okay. We're good. Curious. Interact. Waves ripple out of distant orbits. Up. Okay, the music's getting very loud. Dropping it down a little bit. And maybe bring it down here a little more. Waves ripple out of distant orbits. Down in the clouds, skipping hilltops. Transistors sing the star song. Granddad's radio. Collected dust on a shelf in the kitchen. Busted since before I was born. And here it is playing music nonetheless. Interesting. Hello? I say as I... Oh god. Put a pretzel in my mouth? The fuck is this? The entity pulses in rhythm with the lamplight? Am I watching it, or is it watching me? Ugh. He said during storms, balls of lightning would ride the wires like chariots. More than once, they found a lineman's charred body at the foot of a pole. Oh hey, a ping pong machine. Systems supply the illusion of control. Charged coils, motion under glass. Progress is a fixed quantity. I spent hours studying the machine. Watched workers chase high scores, drunk and rowdy. When the bar was quiet, you'd sneak me quarters from your tips. Galaxy Cruiser. Another entity. This one's a little bigger than before. I feel no fear, just an abiding sense of awe. Familiarity in the space between us. Certain incongruities you come to accept, in a way, they make you who you are. I'm going to adjust my mic. Sorry. It might mess with the audio just a little bit. I think we're good. Better? Okay, you're going to pick up my keyboard regardless. Ah, well. Certain incongruities you come to accept. In a way, they make you who you are. This music is enchanting, almost hypnotizing. Can I walk around the house? Oh, I can. That is mighty tempting. Probably shouldn't. Some people wait all day to come home. Some are always leaving. Can't bear the weight of belonging. Ugh. I was alone in the house, even when I wasn't. You upstairs, sleeping off the night before. Granddad combing static, waiting for a signal. That inescapable smell. Beer, ash, rotting formica, powdered sauce blackening stove coils. You said I grew up too fast, that you missed me, needing you. But I never stopped. Is there something else in here? No. Can I see the painting? No, but can I go upstairs? I can't. Okay. Is there something along the sides of the house? Probably not. Oh, I can't even go any further this side. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I can't even go around that edge. I can only go around the left side. That is interesting. Maybe there's supposed to be a wall on this side too. We'll do it as intended. Oh, flies are buzzing on the overhead lamps too. Oh. Huh? Let's get off the road. Oh! Hey, buddy. Once a year, the sky would blaze with light and thunder, but no rain. Those nights, everything seemed more alive. Just like that, he went. Across the yard, down onto the state highway, shirtless and wide-eyed, called by the storm. And we got some cans here, too. Huh. Car getting jump-started. Dull roar of internal combustion. Power surging under pressure. Like magic. Until the fuel runs out. You swore you'd stay. I knew it was just a matter of time. Eyes in the distance. Light over the horizon. You knew too. Oh no. Camera okay. It's like camera angle changed. Time to lock in. Okay. What are you? The floating heart cracks open. Fissures spread at impossible angles. 3 years in that empty place, scraping by on pity, working your old shifts until I saved enough to get out. Hello. Another one of you. Graduation hat. That eye again. One question, unanswerable. Running towards or away from. I did what anyone does. Try to control the fear. Over-specialize. Give heartbreak the shape of a life. Where are these footprints coming from? Nothing. Cool. More footprints, starting from there. Another thing to investigate on the ground. Oh, that is a wedding ring. Yep. Little by little, we pare ourselves down. Sand, rough edges smooth. Choke on the dust. I proposed a month after we met. Her parents were furious, so we eloped. We both knew it was a mistake. Huh? Even here, the infernal hum. Bulb by bulb to the ends of the earth. All of us come from someplace. Whether we like it or not, those truths live in our bones. And there's the kid. Life crashes back in. Reckless, unwieldy. Takes out the joists. When she was born, it woke something in me. Longing with desperation at the roots. Oh no. Held under. Hope defies reason. Chance hardens into insistence, then certainty. Of course you were out there. Granddad too. Taken, returned, names stripped away. But I remembered. What is haunting you, my guy? That thing again. The being overwhelms in its splendor, blowing tendrils unfurled to embrace. It wasn't hard to find my way. The hum's always there. If you listen, midnight breeze tickling the back of your neck. Can I actually go under you? I can. Transmission, signal, or contagion? How do you separate the best parts of yourself from the worst? That's a little too real for my liking. Oh. How do you separate the best parts of yourself from the worst? I'm gonna take a drink. She sees it. No matter how hard I try to hide it. Is it inside her too? Oh no, is this going to be reference to an illness that you have? Oh no. And there's the radio again. What's going on with this chair? Oh, it's lattice. Ratatan, I think is the material. Did I ever have a choice? You left me this map. Patterns quilted in body and mind. Your absence. I'm tired. I'm so goddamn tired. shit. Maybe the beginning is the end. Time caught in a loop, staring back at itself. Maybe this is where I get off. No, I don't think so. This can't be the end. Things are gone. No, they aren't. I thought they were. Pretty sure this is where we're supposed to go. We'll walk down this road. Fine. Have it your way. That's very bright. Huh? Huh? Phone ringing. Pick it up. Pick up the phone. Answer it. Answer the phone, buddy. Yes, pick it up. Hello? Oh, this is him. Hello? Yeah, I'm okay. I got turned around on the highway. I'm not sure where I am. Of course, I'm sorry. No, I know. I haven't been myself lately. I thought I could deal with it on my own. You're right. I shouldn't have left. She said that? Poor kid. I miss her too. Both of you. I think I see my car up ahead. Yeah. It's kind of a long story. I'm coming home. I'll be there soon. I think I'm ready to talk about my family. So I'm struggling to grasp what exactly was going on. Because it feels like it's a matter of a mental illness or some sort of a game by Hexcavator. It is a beautiful game. I wonder if it is supposed to be a matter of complications that the family has a history of, be it addiction or something or other. That's what it feels like. and the way they conveyed it. That's very... I feel fuzzy inside. Alright. Who's still with us? Alright. Should I... Yeah, maybe switch back to full screen. Let's get myself up here. Bring us to front and center. Or... I don't know. I think this works. Trying to decide what we should do here. I do kind of want to do something else for stream tonight. What I plan on doing is I'm going to end stream here, and then I'm going to boot it right back up all over again for those of us joining here. But I gotta figure out what game we're going to do first. So let me pull up my Steam library. See what I got. Maybe my Epic Games library too. Because whatever game I stream here, I plan to stream for the upcoming months. So we do have a few options to fiddle with in that situation. What do you mean I had Watch Dogs 2 on this? Well, I probably got it for free, so it's better that I bought it through Steam anyway. And it was part of a bundle because everything was on sale. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Oh, that's actually something I could do. It's probably shorter term, but it did catch my attention, if I'm going to be honest. Where is it? I'm fairly certain I got it. There it is. Boxes Lost Fragments. Let's install you and get your... We'll be chatting for a little bit as I'm installing that, getting it booted up. But... let's do a puzzle game for the rest of the evening. Let me stretch first. Oh, my bones. Oh, my neck. Ugh. Alright. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to be ending stream here briefly. So we're going to stop stream and we're going to pick it right back up again. Going to be typing very loud and it's going to pick up on my keyboard, but it's fine. Trying to get everything set up. Boxes Lost Fragments. Alright. We're going to get that set. So it's on... Boxes Lost Fragments. I selected you. Then done. Why did you not do that before? Alright. We'll be back in a second. As that is loading up. Wait. Let me wait until it's a little closer to being fully installed. Come on. Come on. Come on! Installed. It's halfway there. So we'll close stream. We'll come back. And we'll be just chatting until we finish up here. Or until it's ready to go. Alright. See you in a moment.